Well, that was interesting. Uh, See, I took his collar off. You see that? It's definitely a male. It seems that it was someone's indoor cat and they have abandoned it, or it got lost and its tag has come off. So it's been lost for a long time. It because the hair underneath the collar is all like matted and like fallen out, and he was skittish, but was willing to come up to me. Oh, look, here we go. Hopefully, she's not going to get some contagious thing from him right now. That since he licked on it first, but well, that's the boy. Oh, she sees the collar. Look at that. See, I put that there on purpose to see how they'd react to it. Oh my god, she knows I was out there around other cats. She keeps sniffing my legs and stuff. But yeah, he needs help too. That cat's skinny. That's not Calico. That's a crossback. That's her son. Calico is in the alley down the way, licking herself, trying to get clean. Tell you want to be my friend. Yeah, he was. He didn't want to really want to run off. What? Stop sniffing my shirt, cat. Or are you gonna make me go change? What the fuck? See, apparently one of the cats out there have sprayed the bush and it's gotten on my shirt now. I gotta go change it. Oh, fuck. So yeah, I think that's. I went. I took the collar off of it because I feel like that's only right. Right? I mean, should I have left? You don't think I should have left that thing on, do you? If it doesn't have a, I feel like if the thing doesn't have a, it's not a breakaway collar, and it doesn't have someone's address or information on it, any kind of tag, it should probably just be removed, especially if the hair's falling off underneath it, right? I mean, isn't that only right? Would you have left it on so that the donor could identify it or something more easily? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that's right. Because it can get caught on something easily. It probably doesn't like it being on its neck. The owner doesn't seem to, I don't know, dude, whatever. If they can't recognize their cat from just looking at it, then they're a bad fucking owner anyway. It must be a stray, right? If it, I mean, at this point, it's a stray. And it didn't have much meat on its bones either. So where did it come from? Did it come out from underneath the house? It might be the father because I checked and it's definitely a male with huge balls. I lifted its tail up and looked while I was eating. That's how I think. That's why I think it's actually domesticated. It's been living with somebody. It probably wouldn't have let me touch its tail, much less keep on eating while I was touching it. That's kind of sad that it's. I mean, it had a home and stuff. Of course, it had a home. It had a leash. You know what I mean? I mean, it had a collar. Yeah, oh, it did? It might be the father then, because it looked like that cat was the one that ate last night. I think that's the one that ate last night, actually. Because it looked like it went underneath the house when it was done eating. So maybe the father. Also, maybe the son. So we'll see how we'll see how they react to that collar sitting there. See if Mama Cat checks it out. I just feel like I accomplished something by getting that collar off of it, really, because when I saw its neck underneath the collar, it was like, oh no, that's good. I gotta try, and that's why I picked up the plate and went around and tried to get it closer to me. I was gonna just run it off, but then I was like, my first thought was that it come from underneath the house, and if that's the case, then it might be the father. It might have been underneath the house all night. Because then it really looked like that cat that had a collar. It was hard to tell if it was Calico or Tuxedo last night. Hey, thanks for your keen eye on even seeing that. That's amazing. I would have never known that one showed up. My only concern really is that these cats are getting illnesses from one another because I'm communal feeding them, but I don't know. Oh, somebody's coming. She sees something, or he sees something. Maybe it's Calico coming back. Dadgummit. Please don't be Calico again on an empty plate. Yeah, something's coming. But by the looks of it, it's gonna be a fucking lion. She took off. Or he took off. Oh, what? Wait a second. Is it at the same cat? Oh, I'm tripping now, dude. I'm fucking tripping. So what what is going on right now? Oh my god. Oh, they're sniffing the collar. She's sniffing the butt. They're getting along. What was that other cat? I thought that was that cat. Oh, she's really checking the collar out. Also, the other one was Cross, and that was Pitchfork. I'm not sure if they get along with Tuxedo or not, but maybe this will help them get along. Dude, Tuxedo needs to be neutered probably too. Did you? I mean, was it? Wait, was that the same cat that was just eating a second ago? It just ran around the block real fast. Oh, she's really checking out. It's interesting that Mama didn't check it out at all, though. Because Mama already knows. Okay, no, those are different cats. Crossback is different than Pitchfork. Yep. Yeah, but they're related though. They gotta be, right? But why did it run away like that if they're related? But her and Mama get along really well. These two. Maybe this is a father. And I'm messing up by leaving old Tuxedo collar there. I know, huh? Joker's missing out, man. He left too early. I don't know if this is actually riveting content or not, but It's outside my window, so it's kind of cool. Hey, kitty. So, dude, so far this morning, well, I don't know if Pitchfork ate any, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I fed like 6 cats, possibly 5 at the least, maybe 6 this morning, including Simon and Sweet Pea. I mean, I could put out another half a can. Dude, I'm going through some food though. Pretty soon we're gonna run out of the ZWE. We're gonna run out of the Feline Natural extra stuff, and then I don't know what we're gonna do. I just don't know. Dude, Sweet Pea caught a roach last night, a huge one. I mean, dude, it was so freaking big, dude. It was like as big as they get, as far as those like roaches. I don't know where it came from. She was. I got up. I get up every night. I get up at 11 o'clock to feed Sweet Pea and then bring Simon's food back out. That's our third feeding of the day. Is at 11, and I come in here and she didn't run straight to the bowl, and that's always kind of unusual. And I look over, and she's like looking like she's playing with something. What? You're more worried about playing with something than eating? I looked a little closer. It's a big ass roach, man. I'm just like, oh my god, please don't eat that. You know. I ended up getting it out of here and everything, but she's my guard kitty for the roaches. Simon's caught a roach before too, man. It's pretty rare that they come up in here. I think mostly the critters underneath the house eat them, but maybe since the cats have shooed off the skunks and stuff, that they're not getting eaten as much. I don't know. So it looks like Mama's underneath the house right now, chilling. No, she's right there. She's right there in frame to the right. You see her laying there? Oh no. They're like guarding the bowl at this point. Uh-oh. Is Tuxedo up there? What's she looking at? She never hangs out right there like that. Oh, she gonna sniff it? She gonna sniff the collar? They're gonna think this is that cat's territory now, probably. Oh no. Yep. Do you think I should leave that there or take it, throw it away? Maybe it'll help them all be friends. He probably needs some friends. No, probably doesn't have any friends out there. Doesn't know what's going on. Had a family. Like, she's never had a family. She doesn't know what it's like to lose a place to stay. She's still going at it. Wow. I'm about to go look at the plate in a minute when she's done, because there was some red stuff on the food the first time she ate. A little bit like I don't know if her mouth might be bleeding a little bit or something. Maybe it was just something in the food that I've never seen before. I don't ever get this chicken one because Simon's allergic to chicken. They accidentally sent me a whole case of it, so I have it. Hopefully it's just a little blood vessel or something. Dude, she's pregnant, man. There's no way she'd be eating as much as she does if she wasn't. All I can do is just give her some food outside her door, and yeah, eventually we're probably gonna see kittens popping out of there. And that organization's not taking any. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do, dude. Maybe they'll be more like. I put a bigger plate out there this time. I'm out of the saucer plates, so it's not that I put less food. I did. There was only half a can, but yeah, it's a much smaller plate or bigger plate. Oh no! Scooching it away from us. Oh, she's still looking at that collar. What's her pee on it? If it was further from the water, she'd pee on it. I should put it like down near the hole more. But like I said, I felt that cat, and it definitely needs food. I think that most of the cats that come up to this thing are probably street cats, even if they have collars. Like a lot of these collars don't have any information on them. If that collar would have had information on it, I would have definitely done something and tried to help. But no information collars all need to be removed unless they're breakaway collars. I'm gonna try. That's gonna be my next mission. Any cat that's got a collar that's not breakaway, doesn't have information, it's gotta go. I'm the cat rescuer from the evil collar. I bet it feels so much better not having that thing there now. Probably feels like a wild cat now. It's free. I feel accomplished with that one. I feel more accomplished in taking that collar off that cat than any of the feeding from this morning. I like just seeing it there, knowing it's not burdening anymore. I wish if I'd had my camera, I would have taken a picture of what its neck looked like. But maybe if it comes back, we'll be able to see it. It wasn't completely hairless, but it was like half of the amount of hair that its rest of its body had was underneath the collar. And it was like a different color, a lighter. Whew, dab time. My first dab of the daytime. Let's do it. Celebratory. We got all kinds of cats fed. Calico even got a little bit to eat. I really wish Calico would have gotten more to eat, man. But at least we know Calico's still alive. And she has been reminded that this location has food. But the precious collar is too tight, yeah. Because I thought that it was having like part of the reason why she couldn't breathe well, because she had like a flea collar on and another collar that had a bell on it that was super loud. Yeah, it was both of them. That was I can't remember. Maybe the flea collar was the one that was tied on her. That was the first thing I took off of her because I could tell it wasn't working. And then I took the bell off of her collar. Because I was like, your outdoor cat doesn't need a bell, bruh. Oh no, this is a cached bowl. Oh, burp, burp, burp. Dude, they've already went through a can and a half. That's $7.50 roughly of food already. And I put multiple tablespoons. Like that one had 2 tablespoons of extra water in it. So I'm helping these cats stay hydrated, and this is going to be a hot day today. Like wet food already helps them stay hydrated, but I boosted it. Yeah. I actually mix it with water in a glass bowl, and then I dump it onto the plate. Yeah, I feel like most people don't just lose their cat. Like cats, I feel like they're still gonna come around their house looking for their owner. One that like that one whose collar been messing with his neck for so long. It's had to have tried to make it home again since then, probably. The one cat we thought was eating. Yeah, that's funny. Pitchfork and crossback. Or we call her trident and crossback. Because the Navy SEALs use a trident for their metal. They run away. Oh. Well, I mean, I could post a picture of the collar and say it's a tuxedo. Anybody with a tuxedo with this collar. But I don't even know where I'd post it, really. I guess, like, the tag could have fallen off. Could be chipped. Simon's not chipped. He doesn't even have a collar, dude. If Simon got out, it'd be really bad. I don't think he would run away, though. He'd be scared shitless out there. He probably wouldn't run further than the yard. I definitely don't want to test it, though. It happened once, man. I went to Costco came back and realized that Simon had gotten out as I was leaving or right before I left. And he wasn't immediately outside. Man, I was like, I was so freaking out. Like I had failed him. He wouldn't last a day out there. He'd be looking like Calico in like a week. Because he needs his medicine and everything for like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? He would, dude, he'd probably just die for not having his medicine, dude, within a couple days. I don't know, probably within a week. Because his heart would start doing crazy shit. And then if he got picked up by the pound, they would euthanize him because he's not chipped. Because he's not a kitten, and they would see that he's sick. And he would be super dirty by that point. He'd be filthy. Because he's white. See, Mama Cat's probably filthy. We just can't tell. He's got to be, dude. She sleeps under the house. Like, old girl here had dirt in her ears. I had to clean out and I didn't get it to like the first bath either. I didn't realize. Oh my god, there's dirt inside her ear. She's probably still got dirt on her up nest, on her head. I can't just wash her head in a bathtub like that. So maybe it's all gone. Baby girl. Oh, dude. I thought it was Sunday this morning. Somewhere I thought it said Sunday. Like, I thought the OBS said that for some reason. And I was prepared for this to be Sunday an hour or two ago. I need to take the fucking plate up now already, dude. Damn it. Alright, so I need to either put, what do you think? I should put another half a wet? I got another half a can of wet food in the fridge I could put down. Or should I just go ahead and put dry down now? It's only 8:30, so it's not really, it's 8, it's not really that hot yet. But the reason why the flies are on the food now, dude, I swear it has something to do with two things. Their ability to land on it easily. When there's little food on the plate, it's much easier for them to land on it, I guess, because there's no liquid at all to worry about. But for some reason, there's like an enzyme in the cat's saliva, maybe, that draws flies. Like it starts to break down the food so the flies smell the breakdown, because you know, in your mouth, if you put a piece of bread in it, the complex carbohydrates over a couple minutes start breaking them down into sugars, actually. It was a thing we did in biology class or whatever when I was a kid. Remember that? So a cat probably has some sort of enzyme that starts breaking down meats instead of carbs because they don't, so they're not supposed to really eat, they don't eat carbs in nature. So I bet that's it, dude. It's because, have you noticed? Well, I put down a fresh plate right now. There won't be 3, 4 flies on it. There might be one around the edge checking it out. But every time the cats are done eating, the flies come to the plate. Even if one cat just came and ate a little bit, the flies will start coming. It's either they follow the flies or there's something happening biologically to the protein that they're smelling, they're picking up on somehow, or they have some sense for it. Some sort of way of smelling different stuff that maybe a mosquito wouldn't have. This fly is able to, and if it's a flesh fly, I would totally understand that. But I don't think that these are flesh flies. They don't look that big. It's hard to tell though. If I could get it up close and see their forehead, if it has the stripes on the forehead, that's a zebra fly. If it's kind of grayish and not all black, that's a zebra fly. It's a little bigger than a housefly. Also, those three things combined, zebra fly. But it could be a younger zebra fly, so it might not always be huge or bigger. Look, there's even a fly on the wall to the right of the time. You see it over there in the crack, just chilling. Yeah, it's bigger than the rest, huh? Maybe that's a flesh fly. Flesh flies kind of gross me out now after seeing that birth, that death birth montage. I could probably make a video out of that. If I got a video of that thing upside down in the cabinet buzzing and then a video of the birthing, I could probably put that to some sort of classical da 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 da, like that really intense classical song. Da 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 bum bum da 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 bum bum da 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 bum 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 choo 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 choo, because it's like an army coming out of that fly of larva after it dies. So like there's like a calm part of that song in the beginning. That'd be the fly dying, sad part, and then the dun 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 dun. That's the army. It's like one fly dies, and then there's like at least 100, 200 of those things that came out. It's wild. Whoa, whoa, whoa! That, damn it! God dang it! That's calico. No, wait, is it? Shit! I gotta go in there and move the camera. It is, I think. Wait, no, wait. Is it crossback or? Damn it! That's the third half can. I added a bunch of water to it though. See what happens with that. I added 3 tablespoons of water to about 85 grams of food. Maybe it'll keep the flies off of it better, and I'll get them more hydration. Dual purpose. Possibly. Oh, first fly. Fucking first fly. Okay. Not happy about that situation. There's 2 of them. They were like kissing at the edge. Aha, see that? See, they stayed at the edge though. They didn't go to the middle. Fucking don't you do it. You fucking die if you land in the middle, you shithead. You better stay away. Yo. Look at that. And now they didn't stick around to it. They took off. It's harder for them to eat it when it's juicy. The flies are like, oh, it's too wet. I don't want to get that on my feet. Let's go eat out of the dumpster. Oh no, they came back. It's the same too. And they're at the edge again. Separate edges. Looking at each other. Oh, no, there's a... Fuck, don't you land in the middle, butthole. Yeah, that's right. Don't you do it. Oh, they're all coming. They're all coming, dude. It's a fuck. He brought the fly army with him. But they're all staying towards the edge, dude. This is good. This is ideal. Because then they're keeping their feet off of it. Hey, dude, is that one stuck in it? How the other flies are like, look at Fred over there. He doesn't give a shit. He always steps in everything. God, his feet are gross. Most other flies took off, though. Except for Fred. Oh no, fucking Fred. He was about to walk all the way across, I thought. I've been calling her crossback. He's okay. Oh, whatever you want. Hey. No. The bitey cat. Stop! Fuck, man. Jeez. Cat. I try to play with her, but then she just wants to bite the shit out of me. That's not my idea of a good time, kitten. It's not Simon's idea of it either. That's why he's never in here anymore. Yep, sounds good to me. But now there's going to be 2 tuxedos without collars. Because there was already one without a collar. You're able to tell this one though because it's gonna look like it still has a collar on almost because of how its hair is all jacked up. So white. Yeah. I think that was the one that ate last night though. Or drank last night super late. Yeah. Wait, was that the one that actually came by last to eat too? I think so. Let me see. See, Mama pretty much devoured the plate first. Yeah, that was him last night because there's that collar right there. Yeah, that one needs help too. It's been abandoned. That's what I was recognizing when I saw him again today, and I was like, and look how dirty its feet are. That's another kind of telltale sign if they've been abandoned or not. How dirty they are, and it didn't have a collar. I noticed. So and yeah, I mean it did have a tag. But like, why do people put fucking collars on cats without a tag on it? Unless it came off, maybe. But like, how does that happen? It could have gotten caught on something, I guess. Could be chipped. It meowed at me and came up to me and stuff and followed me a little bit with the food in my hand. I almost got to come back in here. But yeah, that's it though. That's the one that I think went back underneath the house after this. Yeah, that's it. That's the same one. And boom, right there, it went under the house. It looks like it went under the house. Like it's hard to tell for 100%, but it might have kept going down the sidewalk. I can't tell for sure. See, because you see the whole thing. It might have kept going straight down. That's it. That's the same one that ate the scraps from last night, then got a drink of water. So Been abandoned, poor thing. Or they just can't find it. Okay, so it came by at 8:30 for a little bit more to eat. Thing is, I wonder if there's still possums and skunks and shit under the house. The only way for me to really find out is to, like, I don't know. I don't really like leaving food out at night because that's gonna attract them to want to come here. This shit that only comes out at night. Cats can come out during the day because we domesticated them, right? Everything else is freaked out. Like cats are like kind of semi-feral. I mean, they're feral, but I guess they're all domesticated in a way that we can, like, they don't hide during the day like the other stuff does. Like, dude, the other day I saw a raccoon booking it across the street during daylight here in the front. They was hauling ass, dude. Oh, alright. I don't know if it's me or them. I've been paying attention to Mama Cat, like when times she's been up and around, and trying to get it there. Like, I forget when I saw her first this morning, time it was, but she likes checking out the bowl pretty early. She's at the very beginning of the stream, even 2 hours ago. So she was looking at 6:30, 6:20 something. She was there, like, sniffing around. She does that around 6:30. She'll walk past 6:15. Sunrise is at 5:30, I believe. So it's more, she's got me trained because I've been paying attention to her routine. I doubt they've been paying attention to mine. My routine revolves around the sun coming up, just like theirs does. But it doesn't change with daylight savings time. A whole plate of goodies right there, a whole plate of sloshed up goodness. Where are these cats at? 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 Cats at now. This channel is really popping off, ain't it? I wasn't expecting it to grow so quickly. Got 10 subs. We got 10 subs. Ayo! Sound the alarm. I don't know who they are though. It didn't say. Who the last ones are. I get some more letters soon, man. That was the day. It's getting to bring it to me. Do 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 do. Simon does seem to have less eye boogers now and possibly less sneezing. Oh, look who we got. Look at its neck. You see that? You see that liner on its neck? Maybe I can go in there and zoom in on it a little bit. I can barely see the screen. I'm gonna try to take a picture with my phone. Did it leave? Oh no, it left already. If it heard me and got scared off. It. Oh, you could see it though? I gotta get that focus somehow. It keeps focusing on the tripod. I had to move it so that it would focus. I'm trying something for the first time right now on the Jesus crackers at least. Cod liver and Jesus crackers. How's this gonna be? This is how Jesus would do it. He would get the livers. He'd be kicking it with the apostles, smearing it on there with his finger. It's like potted meat, but a fish version. Hey, stop tearing your shit up, man. Why you gotta tear everything up, bro? Any news happening? She wants it? I don't think so. She's just playing. My cod liver brings all the cats to the yard, and they're like, mine's better than yours. I don't know if that works. Go blaring R&B music at 8:50 in the morning. You gonna get late right now or something? What are you doing? Hamas holds a news conference in Beirut. That's happening I wonder why Tuxedo didn't eat more. Seemed awfully hungry when I brought the food to him. Las Vegas police, Clark County, set record for confiscated fireworks ahead of 4th of July. Hey, did you hear that the Border Patrol was like, yeah, we didn't endorse Biden, by the way. On that. Damn, somebody else died yesterday. Martin Mull, the comic actor and musician best known for roles in Roseanne, Clue, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, and many others, has died at 80. Gotta get the news out. Gotta get the news out. It's the Cat News Channel. We cover cats and news. The hell?
The series features.
I gotta put headphones on for this one. Oh, here. Oh, there it is. I don't hear it. That's because you don't hear it.
Deviant. The series features some of the most evil people to ever walk the planet, including one Israel Keyes. And I'm joined now by the two hosts of Deviant, Andrew Aydin and Dan Samatovich. They also produced the wildly successful podcast Down the Hill, which had millions and millions of downloads and listeners, and they're live with me now. And full disclosure, Drew Aydin and I have worked together before, so I can tell you right now, he's one of the finest people on the planet. Thank you so much for being here to both of you. And Drew, I will start with you because I know you better.
Okay. Sure.
Israel Keyes' first known murder was in 2009, and then his first suspected murder was in 2001, but he wasn't caught until 2012. How did he get away with doing this for so long?
Well, frankly, Ashley, and thanks for having me, and thanks for having Dan and I. honestly, Israel Keys was a planner. It's like you said at the top of the segment. This was a guy who used meticulous planning that I don't think the FBI, I don't think the police, I don't think any law enforcement agency has ever seen before. And when you look at the way this guy operated for years, one of the keys that made him so prolific was that he lived a life of constant motion. You know, we looked into the FBI documents. We looked at the travel that he accumulated over the years of when he was doing these things, and he was constantly on the move. And we're also talking about a guy, as you said at the top, which is he buried kill kits all over the country, Wyoming, Vermont, and he did it years ahead of time, and then would go back to Vermont in 2011, 2 years after he buried this kill kit in the woods, and carried out the murder of Bill and Lorraine Currier. So calculated, meticulous, and planning are the reason why this guy got away with this for so long.
Weird.
But also, like, super random. And Dan, I don't get it. I don't get the sheer randomness of how he chose these poor, unsuspecting victims.
Yeah, Ashley, that's one of the things that made him so different. You know, most serial killers have a type, right? Big, small, blonde, brunette. You know, they have a pattern. And Israel Keys, along with other things, some of the things that Andrew just mentioned, defied all those expectations, defied all those regular things. And the truly scary thing about him was it could have been anyone. It could have been anywhere. And we talked to one of the people who investigated him and who was in the room with him for all those interrogations, Special Agent, FBI Special Agent Jolene Godin. We actually have a little piece of tape for one of the things she told us.
Most serial killers, serial offenders have a type. You know, they like women between 18 and 25 who are blonde, or, you know, something like that. And it became very evident in our conversations with Keys that didn't matter. It really didn't matter who the person was, their age.
No victimology whatsoever.
None at all. It was really all about opportunity.
So bizarre. But Drew, you guys also jump in here. You guys also spoke to people who knew this guy when he was a teenager. Any difference when he was young to when he ended up being so prolific as a killer?
I think what we wanted to do with the show, obviously, is to beyond just talk about what he did. We were trying to get to the root, right, and really understand some of the early years of this guy's life. And so we spoke to a woman by the name of Desiree Smith, and she was as an early young teen, in Colville, Washington, where Israel Keys grew up. They grew up in a very strict, fundamentalist, religion. Organization, I guess, for lack of a better term, and it was it was rooted in a lot of tenets of white supremacy, anti-Semitism. She has since renounced all of that. She's no longer a part of the community. But she talked about one of the times that she went on what essentially was a date with him. They went to this lunch that was kind of an organized event of some kind by this church, and she talked about what it was like being at that date with him. So here it is.
He kind of didn't put off the best vibe. He was kind of creepy and just very socially awkward, but not in like an endearing way, in a creepy way. Later in life, when I found out he became a killer, it disturbed me partly because I thought to myself, you know, literally I could have been a victim.
Oh my goodness, I'm like so binging this. Andrew Aydin and Dan Samatovich, I can't thank you enough. You're at it again. I suspect this is going to be another big blockbuster podcast. Thank you so much for being on tonight, and really appreciate you letting us
Thank you, Ashley.
watch these sound bites as well.
Sure.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider, and don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Now she does want my cod liver. No. Can't have it.
New at 10 tonight, we are getting brand new details in the murder of 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungare. We want to thank you for joining us.
Ooh, were they hanging out at a
Good evening,
club?
I'm Daniela Guzman. Some newly unsealed warrants reveal these images from a bar and a secret meetup with HPD helped investigators track down those suspects. KPRC2's Bryce Newberry has been following this case since the very beginning, and he's live tonight in the newsroom with what he's learned. Bryce?
Yeah, Keith and Daniela, these new warrants reveal that Jocelyn Nungare's suspected killers watched TV with their roommate when their images flashed across the screen. These records also show investigators did not even know their names when they moved in to arrest them after getting help from a tipster hundreds of miles away. Suspected killers Johan Martinez Rangel and Franklin Pena took these pictures at an Ojos Locos in North Houston just hours before 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungare was found strangled in this bayou June 17th. Investigators released these images of them the next night.
Some police looking for two persons of interest.
These are brand new photos tonight of the men homicide detectives want to speak with.
They saw themselves on TV while watching the news with their roommate, according to this new search warrant. The roommate tried not to react, but instead texted a cousin in Laredo. He was scared and did not know what to do because he was living with two guys responsible for the death of a 12-year-old girl. By Wednesday night, the cousin contacted Houston police from 350 miles away. The roommate made up an excuse to leave the apartment. Houston police picked him up not far away to take him downtown for questioning.
The intervention of that person helped prevent these two defendants from fleeing.
Another roommate, the suspect's boss, then came to police headquarters telling investigators he gave Pena a ride home when Pena admitted they made a mistake after partying on Sunday night and hurt someone who was now dead. Both witnesses identified Martinez Rangel and Pena in the surveillance images, appearing to be in the same clothing they wore at the bar in a photo with their roommate the night of the murder. Investigators worked feverishly in the overnight hours, got the arrest warrant signed around 5:30 Thursday morning. The SWAT gang and homicide units then moved in to make the arrests for capital murder. And prosecutors say the suspects asked their boss for money to leave town. One of them allegedly cut off his ICE-issued ankle monitor after Jocelyn's murder. Tonight, both men here illegally from Venezuela are being held on $10 million bonds. Investigators are still awaiting lab results to determine if they'll be eligible for the death penalty. Live in the newsroom tonight, I'm Bryce Newberry, KPRC 2 News.
What lab results, though? Do they have to wait on? Yeah, probably. They're all of them were illegal. Probably even the roommate is illegal. And he was nervous to turn them in because of that. I gotta go throw this away. Yeah. And then I gotta give Simon his heart medicine. That keeps him alive. And that's important. What are you crying? Well, yesterday I left it for a long time. He was alone for most institutes for probably 16 hours yesterday. Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. Dude, I feel like I just ate something fattening by eating that. Holy shit. Whew. I wonder if that is better for a person than potted meat, though. Hey, girl. He smells it on my breath. Oh my god, she licked my lip. Oh, you silly girl. Has she been? No, I don't. Dude, she would be if I position the door correctly, but I make sure that she can't. I know how she's doing it. So all I have to do is keep the chair away from the door. Dude, Simon, on the other hand, when he was a kitten, he could actually jump to the top of the door without any kind of other assistance. Bro, these flies. I really wish Tuxedo would have finished the plate off. The flies are going to start picking up now. Something's ate out of it. And it's getting warmer. Well, I guess Tuxedo isn't as hungry as I thought. Or it's just super skittish. It heard Mama Cat under the house or something. It's much better. Well, there's definitely a lot of vitamin D in it. It's like a 500% of the vitamin D you need in a day or something. They should just be giving a cod liver to the Muslims, man. Did you hear that? You had to hear it. That's these new vacuum tops. Have you ever seen one of these? They're new jars that they have. But are they actually purple? Are they actually that purple glass though too? Because if they are both, these are just the best jars ever. I can't tell. Oh, I don't think they are. It looks like they're not see-through, or I can't see the light at all through it. Oh, well, they're almost the best jars ever. Oh my goodness, Kitty, you don't have to lick my shirt. You're not gonna get any cod liver. You're not gonna get any cod liver. See, they snap when you put them on. See, I'm screwing right now. I'm screwing. Watch, I'll show it for a second. I'll show my ugly face for a second. See? So I'm just screwing and it's gonna pop. The hell? Huh? It's got this little thing in there. It now is like convex. No, it's concave. You can't tell, but it's concave in the middle there. And now, if I loosen it, watch it. So it pops it, it makes it convex. You've seen these? And once it, see now it's got like child safety on it. I gotta press down. It's the first time I've seen them, dude. Some people don't like them. They say they're not as reusable. By the way. It's cod liver. Cod liver. Alright. This is what I got right. I better not show that part. You aren't allowed to see that. Oh, that glass has been on the table since last night. I'm not drinking whiskey at 9 o'clock in the morning. We would need to call 911. It's 9:11 right now. Yo, the kid, dude, what are you doing? The kitten just jumped in my lap and is digging around on my penis. Stop it, dude! My hands are. What are you doing, man? My hands are fucking full. I'm sitting here digging in the jar, trying to like not spill anything. And she jumps in my lap and starts digging in my balls like there was something there to play with. What the fuck? I don't have the string, dude. One time I didn't know what was going on. My string was hanging out. She was attacking the string. I make sure that doesn't happen anymore. She doesn't use her claws. It's weird. It's weird. She's like soft pawing my groin. I didn't ever train her to do that. So I've tried to train it out of her. Can you imagine a stranger, like somebody comes over, one of my friends from back in the day, and she gets in his lap and it starts pawing his dick a bunch? That's gonna be weird. Do that, kitty. What are you doing in my chair? I just put you down and jumped back into my chair? Rawr. Nah, I got you. Now I got you now. No, he said no. What are you? I'm just gonna punch you. I win. I'm just going to put all the collars I end up taking off of cats right there. I wish I still had Sweet Pea's bell. Could put it down there. I wonder what other cat has a collar on that doesn't actually have any sort of identification on it. It just has a collar for the fuck of it. Like it likes the jewelry aspect of it or something. There's no cat anywhere that's gonna like having some shit around its neck all the time. Just for the hell of it. So I am now on a mission to free all those cats of their burden. Come to me. If you have a collar, it doesn't necessarily mean you don't need help or that you're not an alley cat. We have a lot of abandoned cats out here. People decided, oh, it's not cute anymore, it's bigger now. Let's just let it be an outdoor cat, not give a shit about it. It wants to go outside anyway. Let's just let it go outside. The one saving grace is these flies aren't really landing on the wet spot as much. They're mostly on the plate. So the little feet are touching mostly where the cats want to eat. Hopefully they're fixed. No, that one today, I'm pretty sure what that tuxedo one's balls are huge. For his size, he's a pretty small cat and his balls are massive. Much bigger than Simon's. So now I let Simon go a pretty long time before I got him fixed. Yeah, but hopefully the ones that were I mean, hopefully, maybe it just has big balls. Thought they popped him out of there though. I didn't. It's actually illegal to have a cat here that isn't fixed, unless you're a breeder. Puffco's doing its infamous not connect thing. I just used it this morning too. Fucking ridiculous, dude. Have to go through all kinds of steps to get this shit. I gotta download, I gotta restart, I gotta go for fucking stupid, dude. Like, what in the actual fuck is up with this to make it do this all the time? I'm just gonna try restarting the phone first, see if that works.
Former TikTok star convicted of murdering his wife and her friend was supposed to be sentenced today, but that didn't happen. His defense attorney asked for the hearing to be continued. It's our top story on the 4. I'm Heather Myers.
From yesterday.
CBS 8's Kelly Hessedal was in the courtroom. She joins us live from downtown with new information today. Kelly.
That's right, and we learned that the defendant Ali Abulaban is hiring a prison expert to help prepare him for life behind bars. So his defense attorney asked the judge for more time to prepare for sentencing. We also learned today that they will be filing an appeal, so Abulaban will be asking for a new trial. Meanwhile, the prosecutor said that apparently it sounds like Abulaban's been posting to his social media accounts since that verdict came down. Here's what she told the judge.
It was brought to my attention that the defendant was making posts on social media from jail, either him or he's directing someone to make posts on his account, and that's inappropriate, and I would just ask the court to admonish him that he's not allowed to have access to social media in jail.
Now, the judge said, that is something that the jail and the sheriff's department must handle. But we do have some new video of Abulaban in the courtroom today. He looks different. The ponytail is gone. His hair is now short. He looked over at the courtroom gallery a few times before things got started to see who was there. So he faces life in prison without the possibility of parole for murdering his wife, Anna Abulaban, and her friend Ray Barron back in 2021. Now, their loved ones sat in the first 2 rows of the gallery. Some wore T-shirts in their honor. This is a day they have been waiting for a long time. Some of them came here to the courthouse today to give victim impact statements. They were ready to face Abulaban in court. So here's Barron's older sister.
We're preparing for this day, like this is the final day, and then after this we can start our healing, close the cycle. But with this news, I mean, we just feel like it's not over yet. It's almost 3 years, and we don't have any closure.
Now, the judge today did give the victims' family and friends the opportunity to speak in court today. However, all declined and said they would rather wait until the actual sentencing hearing, which has now been pushed back to September 6th. Heather and Carlo.
Kelly, we know a new documentary just came out this week about this case. It seems the attention on it keeps growing. There's a lot of it. Do we know anything about the defendant's reaction to all the attention that this is getting? I mean, we know he was a social media star, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he is somebody who's used to attention. He's used to having that camera on him. So I can only imagine what he thinks about hearing about this documentary that's out there. I can tell you guys, though, that when we reached out to try to get reaction from him to the verdict and to the case in general, we were told by a representative for him that he would talk to us if we paid him $25,000. So he is someone who is looking at spending the rest of his life behind bars, but he's also looking apparently at the business side of things. But you can only imagine what the victim's family and friends must think of all this. You can bet they probably have some pretty strong opinions about that.
Yeah, I think this did need lower tip. Last night I was saying I thought that maybe the 440 something, 444 was too high. Get a little bit better flavor out of it at 434.
Right now, scientists are sounding the alarm that a growing number of grocery store items are ultra-processed, and that leads to health concerns. Researchers say ultra-processed foods, the high in fats, starches, sugars, and additives, now make up 73% of the U.S. food supply, even though they are linked to health issues like diabetes, obesity, cancer, and depression. Scientists now say these foods should be regulated with tobacco-style warnings and advertising bans.
I was just saying that.
Trish Cotter,
I was just saying how we need to, like, our government needs to start cracking down on this shit. Like last week, I was talking about it because these companies are allowed to willy-nilly put loads of sugar, fat, and salt. They have a formula. They in the industry. They have a name for it. The sweet to salt to fat ratio, or so. There's some sort of name they have for it because getting it right causes their food to be craveable. I mean, look how New York illegalized huge big gulp sodas, like, and how our government has regulated the use of enriching foods with vitamins, because the rickets was one of the first ones, right? For the iodine, was that it? Something about the iodine was the first one for salt, though. So why can't they regulate? I don't know. I mean, they're gonna be the junk food, but they would have to regulate grocery stores and how much of it they have on the shelf. I guess that could be one step, or I mean, that's only really because they can't really tell people they can't eat a bunch of fat, sugar, and salt at the same time, because they can go out and buy fat, sugar, and salt and eat them all three at the same time as much as they want, you know. But having it easy access with all the different flavors, with all the variety at the grocery store, that's when people are enticed to impulse buy and get it when they might not have. Like, I do it all the time at Costco, dude. It's not even at the end of the aisle. It's just intermingled in the other stuff, and oftentimes it'll be on manager's discount or closeout to where it's like, I can't, like, dude, one time I got 2 boxes of candy bars just because they were $10 each and they were normally $30 each. Shit like that. It should maybe even be illegal, or I don't know, not illegal, but like, how can they regulate pretty much giving away candy though? When we got Halloween, it's just so complicated, dude, because it's been shown now that Not only is sugar addicting, but it causes cancer. It helps to feed cancer cells. I remember, dude, one of the hardest program I've ever went to. It was called the Beacon House, a drug and alcohol program out in San Pedro. I would go to group therapy, and they would always say like pretty much everyone would agree with the lead counselor and say that their first addiction was adrenaline, because you don't actually need to ingest anything for it. You can just do some dumb shit or look at a girl's ass for a second and get away with it and get a little adrenaline spike, epinephrine spike. It's like natural dopamine or serotonin spikes from just doing things. A lot of people say that that was their first, and maybe, but I would say that sugar was either my first or second. And they're like, sugar, you can't be addicted to sugar. It's not addicting. Well, now they finally say the sugar is addicting. It's addicting as fuck. It's like as addicting as drugs, if not more so. It's trippy though how just a couple decades ago people were in denial, even in treatment centers, that sugar was addicting. It's crazy. It's actually physically addicting and mentally. And I knew it because I had it. And when I was a kid, I was so addicted to sugar, dude. After Halloween, I wanted the sugar so bad that during Halloween, I would run from house to house. I would have to drop one of my bags off and go to another neighborhood and run from house to house again. And then I was eating that shit for breakfast the next day. And for like a week straight playing video games. Yeah, right? Hey. Some new. It's interesting you say that, because some pills actually do taste good. For instance, Adderall, I've eaten them a couple times. The blue ones tasted like sugar. It tasted like sweet. Yeah. It's one of the only ones that I've ever experienced that with, though. I was like, whoa. I don't recommend ever doing that. It's a very long time ago, decades ago. Man, but they were sweet. And I asked her, like, yo, is this sweet? He's like, yeah, they're sweet. I'm gonna look it up and see if other people say the same thing. Are Adderall, maybe they changed it to the taste. Oh my gosh, kitty. You can't sleep back there. She wanted to sleep behind me. Let's see. Oh look, that's funny because there's a generic brand we call the sweet ones, because I have a little sweet sugary taste on the tongue. Is the oval orange ones, the 30s or the 20s. Actually the most potent off-brand that I know of anywhere in my part of the world. My choice. I think they're so delicious, dear, because they make you feel so wonderful. You can do anything, maybe even fly, but don't try. I think this person's trying to be funny, but they actually were sweet. I think they were agreeing with me though. This one says, what does Adderall taste like? This person answered, this could be just my opinion, but in my experience, I feel like the closest flavor of Adderall is like a watermelon or strawberry watermelon, but incredibly subtle. But as previously stated, it is sweet. As for you or someone else's experience, an opinion on the exact flavor seems to be subjective. You dude, Joker knows too? Yo, that one tastes like what? Pixie sticks? No shit. What is Vanish? Is that some other speed? Why do speeds taste sweet, dude? It makes me feel like sugar's like close to being speed. It's just a little bit off. I'll tell you what, Xanaxes aren't sweet. You know what, dude, here's another weird one though. Oh wait, someone else says sweet. Every dosage, they taste sweet. Which makes it interesting for those who snort or sniff it. Yep, they be sniffing sugar along with amphetamine plus salt. Is there actually sugar in them? The polar opposite of meth, which has the most gack, nasty, salty, stuck in the back of your throat taste. Is it really sugar? Oh. Dude, speaking of snorting though, this one's a trip. Klonopin. Right? Also known as clonazepam. That one? Anybody? Anybody? Never do that, by the way. There's another decades ago situation. Nobody? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, Joker, you probably should slow your roll a little bit. Fucking your brain up probably. Klonopin are mentholated for some odd reason. I thought they were gonna burn like a Xanax or another benzo. They were like, it was a minty, yeah. Well, the longer you're on them, the more damage they do, though. That's the thing. So, and some are even known to cause cancer. So the higher dose you're on for the longer you're on them, that's like one of the main concerns. I was looking into it recently. And it's new studies on the cancer thing, of course. Newer. They're from like a few years. Gotta go somehow. Yeah. Yeah. I prefer Xanax because it has 2 X's in the name and 2 A's and an N. I like whatever the word is for that. It's the same backwards as it is forwards. That means it's going to be okay. You got to tone in to the zone. What the hell are we watching?
The global lead for the food policy program at the public health organization Vital Strategies. Trish, explain to our viewers the difference between minimally processed, and ultra-processed foods as it relates to our health.
Yeah.
Okay, so minimally processed foods are those foods that you would normally consider to be fresh foods, freely available, that you can make home-cooked meals with. Ultra-processed
What do you mean?
are
Isn't that non-processed?
not necessarily foods.
Why is that? How is that processed? If I get a cucumber, you didn't process that thing. You picked it and washed it and handed it to me. What the fuck are you talking about? That's processed? They're confusing people.
That you can't make in your home kitchen. They're things that are use.
You can make a fruit flavored yogurt in your kitchen. You can make bread in your kitchen. You can make cookie. What do you mean you can't make in your kitchen? They picked the wrong person to explain this shit, didn't they?
Pulled apart, put back together using industrial processing. The end result is they add to it a cocktail of additives, emulsifiers, colors, flavors, and the end result is something that's really hyper palatable. there's a texture that's attractive, and these products are, in the end, quite desirable and tasty. They're ready to eat, ready to heat, and unfortunately, they are taking up way too much of a component of our diet because they lead to some serious health consequences.
Dude, it's because everybody's trying to make as much money as possible or have as much free time as possible, not having to worry about cooking. Microwaves ruined us, dude. I mean, you could still bake the TV dinners originally were baked. They came in metal trays. You know what I mean, like aluminum trays. Put them in the oven. But yeah, all that. The processed food. I think the processed food industry started out of necessity because of the war. Actually, it's unfortunate, but it just kept on going. All them plants that were making processed food had to fucking continue making something else after the war. I bet that's what it was, dude. World War I probably. That's when it started. Like people eating more canned foods or something. But the war, it had to have something to do with this, like this happening. I mean, look at Hawaii with their spam thing. Everybody's eating unhealthy spam out there. That's primarily because of us bringing it out there during the war, and now it's part of their regular diet. It's at the gas station. It's at 7-Eleven with a little seaweed wrapped around it with the rice on top. You know, wrapped around seaweed wrapped around the rice and spam. We did that. Where's my play button? Oh, it's over here.
Consequences. Which types of foods that our viewers have in their fridge and pantries right now would you recommend they reconsider?
Dude, have you seen that island where the people only drink Coca-Cola and they're all fat as shit? I'll show that in a second.
Due to the health risks.
Look, a diet that's high in ultra-processed foods is an unhealthy diet. So the products that consumers should be concerned about are those products that have got that are wrapped in packaging, often plastic, that have more than 5 ingredients, and that many of those ingredients are words that aren't familiar. There are things like emulsifiers, or even chemicals that are referred to as numbers because they don't have real names. So the typical products might be crisps, packaged foods that are ready to heat, like lasagnas, those sorts of things.
Oh gosh,
bread.
Well, Trish, I gotta say, you're breaking my heart because you're listing all the things I like, but I encourage folks to look into your study and take these health risks quite seriously. Trish Cotter, thanks for your time today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Maybe it's a town in Mexico. Hold on. I'm trying to find it.
Building your online business?
I found it.
Go to Wix.com and set up your store.
Mexicans are the biggest consumers of sugary drinks in the world. And in Mexico, Coca-Cola is king.
They could give me on copyright.
But the country's love affair with fizzy drinks is causing a diabetes emergency.
En estos momentos, pues mi papá ya descansa en paz.
In poor towns across the country, Coca-Cola is more available than even fresh water.
Children grow up malnourished, and then because they're drinking...
Is this the same one?
Absolute efficiency.
Oh man, I gotta...
Elements scale by default in perfect harmony, and even the most
I don't think
advanced...
it's the same video I saw. And... I can't watch that one. DW definitely is. Same one either. That's America. America is killing them too.
I'm on my way to San Andres Larraixar. It's an indigenous town 1 hour away from San Cristobal de
Oh,
las
I think this
Casas.
is it. Well,
And once it was the stronghold of the Zapatista
the
National
abridged
Liberation
version.
Army. Is today in communities like that, the Coca-Cola is king.
I've been told the local shamans have been using Coca-Cola as part of their religious ceremonies.
Señora María, ¿cómo está? Mucho gusto.
Bloated. He's round,
Maria is a
dude.
practicing shaman. Today she's treating this man for diabetes.
She's probably giving him soda to help treat him. The soda's been blessed.
The ceremony is a mixture of Catholicism, mysticism, and involves animal sacrifice.
And then he has to drink a 4 liter. Yo, these people are living in the dark ages. Whoa, those are soda bottles.
Is how she's using Coca-Cola.
What? Oh, she's. Oh.
Look at this, right next to the shrine. Maria's own well-stocked Coke fridge. She says she sells about 50 crates a month.
Why do you think there is so many people with diabetes here?
Wow. Wow, bro, she's giving them diabetes, pretty much.
Do you think there are a lot of people with diabetes here because they have sugar drinks?
Well, she's only 51.
Escute, olor caja, ali resca, mas escute com escute, cerveja, pollo, stekel, bemo eu cozi saco hod.
It's dangerous advice. Diabetics need to cut down on their sugar intake.
I'm a bit shocked after that ceremony. I've participated in many indigenous rituals in this part of the world, and I've never seen sugar drinks being offered to the gods. Here, to sell Coca-Cola gives you status in the community. Clearly, sugar drinks are engraved in the culture here.
That mind-blowing. But that's a different one than I've seen before. There's like this community that only drinks soda.
Today, while feeding the street cats, a mama cat rushed towards us with a kitten.
Oh, with a kitty. What's it gonna do with the kitty? Oh. Is it dead? Oh shit, she needs some help, bro. Why are you filming? Help it. I don't know, bro. I don't know what happened. Maybe they found all the rest of them or something, and now they're all growing up and living happily ever after. Biden's doing shit. It's wild how flimsy the blades are.
Japanese cheesecake for lunch. Got the Oreo, strawberry, and original. Why does Unc look like a South Park character? Super moist and fragile. Can you hear that? For once, my car smells amazing. It's supposed to jiggle. Not jiggling as much as I thought. It's not your normal cheesecake consistency. More like an angel food cake, wet to the touch.
There's
it has
no
that cheesecake flavor,
though?
but it's not as rich. Super airy, fluffy, and light. See how fragile it is?
What a
It smells like the
ripoff.
strawberry from those Pocky sticks.
You're buying fucking angel food cake probably for like $30 or something.
This is not a normal size Oreo. Looks like they put the Oreo crumble on the top half. It doesn't have the cream filling, but the cheesecake underneath and the crumble on the top half duplicate that Oreo cream filling.
But it's not cheesecake.
Jiggle! 14 bucks each. Come on, jiggle. You could probably use it as a birthday cake, just throw in some candles. It's not super sweet, and you could probably eat the whole thing to yourself. Lunch score, 9.1. Trying Japanese
I'd still
cheesecake
eat
for
one.
lunch. Got the Oreo, strawberry, and original. Why is
I'm rich, bitch! Oh my god, Sister T, you're supposed to wait to do those. Because they cost so much. If you do them on this channel, only like one person's gonna, like, the reason why it costs so much is because there's supposed to be a minimum of 10 people in the chat. That way your $100,000 gets divvied up amongst 10 people. It's like you're giving it, and if there's more than 10 people, it's actually even more worth it to do it. But it's a kind of a waste if there's only one person here. You're spending $100,000 to give out 10,000. Right? I mean,
Good morning, everyone. This is Story Smaller. Coming back at you with yet another fast food fave. And today on the docket, we're technically crossing off 2 on the list because we have not just a fast food fave of mine, but a form of it. Leftover Chinese food.
What?
Let's give her a taste.
Leftover Chinese food. What the?
I took my mom and grandma out for lunch today. Grandma had some doctor's appointments, and she hadn't eaten for 2 days for one of them.
Oh, colonoscopy.
So I decided to be a good grandson and make sure she filled her empty stomach.
This is from today, 3 hours ago.
I took them to
He must
their
have
favorite
filmed it
Chinese
yesterday. Unless he just got home and he's scarfing down even more.
place, and just went to town.
Yo.
I told Grandma to order anything her little heart desired. A shrimp. The shrimp there isn't the best, but it's pretty good actually. But it's okay.
It sucks, but it's edible.
The portions are a little small, but
Fucking your
it's
photo.
probably for the best for me anyway.
Photo. I prefer to be able to see the food at all times, though, not the head at all times. Like the food and the head if possible, but definitely the food. Because I want to examine it before he fucking puts it on the fork and stuffs it in his mouth. He hasn't quite gotten that through his head yet, though. People want to see the food, not just see him put it in his mouth.
It's really good. Like, it's a little sweet. Got some soy sauce.
Why'd he say it like that? First he likes everything, then he doesn't like it. He stuffs it in his mouth like he loves it. Yeah, this is pretty good. But it's alright.
I did get it specifically to eat it out of the fridge. Of course, what Chinese food meal is complete without some fried rice? They included it, not me.
Dude, there are a lot of people that are like, there's the Chugs dude that just chugs the shit out of soda. That dude's fat too. He's got like a million. This dude's nobody compared to some of these fat people just eating, and
Rice is easier to
everybody's just like, yeah, eat more, fatty.
make than noodles. They give it out with every meal. At this particular place, anyway.
It doesn't even really like that was like 2 bites for me. That rice, he just shoved it in his mouth. And I'm a tall ass dude. Oh, that was a smaller bite, but he didn't think that last bite was big enough. He was actually shoveling more in for that. He's like, that was enough rice.
And the last time I had Chinese,
He likes an entire fucking mouthful every time he's chewing.
And like, I was talking with Mom and Grandma about this too, but
Oh, the smaller bite. What was that, a shrimp? He savors them shrimps.
the problem with a buffet, you're sacrificing quality for quantity and for expediency.
Some buffets are good, but they gotta be specialty.
Mom added the expediency part.
They gotta be like a seafood buffet, and like, because there's one of those close by that's decent. They're also a little more expensive, though.
So, you know, that wasn't... Sometimes...
Like an Asian buffet or something, like
really
Japanese buffet. You know, that's where you
made by
probably be doing better.
An old lady in a back kitchen. Her grandkids running around.
Hometown buffet? I don't know about that. I don't know if I can do that again. I'm surprised COVID didn't get rid of all. Hey, who we got here?
That was what was happening.
Oh, it looks like Crossback. It's hard to tell.
There are a
I'll have to go look.
Place. And my mom and grandma took up the one handicap spot. So, people were chasing them out. And admittedly, we spent way too long there. The three of us chittering like a bunch of old hens. It reminds me of something Brent Daniels said. Anytime you try Panda Express, it's always terrible. And there's always a much better Chinese place. It's probably cheaper in the same area. Pardon me a second. Sorry, I had to get a drink.
That's cross. I had to put my polarized glasses on to be able to tell all the glare on the. Well, you can kind of tell better now though here.
It dries out a bit.
It is cross. Goes all the way across.
Dumb question for y'all. Do you prefer your fried rice with veggies or without?
I prefer it without just rice on its own. What are you doing?
Usual, peas and carrots in it.
I don't see anything in it but rice. Each bite he
Which I never
puts
quite understood.
peas and carrots in rice. Never even seen that.
Maybe it's a way to get kids to eat healthier. It's like, see, that's fried rice. It's delicious. And then they secretly sneak you those peas.
That's not fried rice, dude. That's just
there.
white rice with a pea in it. Is he freaking out over a pea? Is he about to barf over having a pea? Hold on.
You those peas. Look at that little imposter there. Pinky out. Ever since that SpongeBob episode back in like '99, I've always stuck my pinky out.
Just 1999. What was he, like 6? Maybe some OCD going on with that one. I don't think that's fried rice, bro.
We didn't talk about the election or the
It's too
debate
white.
that happened.
Fried rice has like a
lot.
little tannish color to it. That just looks like it's got a little soy sauce on it. I don't know where this. I forget where this guy lives, but I don't think that's real Chinese food.
Grandma was the humble braggart, because you know her guy wasn't, or her guy at least didn't look like a deer in the headlights the whole night.
Her guy.
And I've said for a long time that we need an age cap on elected officials.
What? Her guy. When did we start talking about elected officials?
All of our best presidents have been in their 40s, 50s, and early 60s.
It's a guy. Biden?
George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Teddy Roosevelt, FDR, JFK. All relatively younger men when they actually entered office. And my mom argued that they were old for their time, but like, that still doesn't affect their mental faculties. And my grandma was like, oh, well, Reagan. And I'm like, how do I explain to her that Reagan was a terrible president?
How?
And some of y'all disagree with that, but...
How was he a terrible president? He wasn't even alive yet. Does he know?
It was just a bad scene all around. You know, a bunch of lying, a bunch of bullying, a bunch of steamrolling. CNN didn't fact check once.
Are they supposed to?
They handed the debate to the Don on a silver platter.
What? How did... What do you mean by that? They handed it to him. Good fact check Biden either. This dude's a Bidener.
Whatever.
A Biden supporter, bro.
Like, I'm done moralizing.
Is he? See, a JFK guy. He's a RFK guy.
Ah!
Oh, that hit the floor.
Well, that was a good piece of beef that I just lost.
Oh shit, he was turning to the Jabba the Hutt there for a second.
And then when I asked Mom if she wanted egg foo young, she said no, because she doesn't get egg foo young with Grandma, because Grandma doesn't like it. And I said, yeah, but you're not just here with Grandma. Take advantage of your son who's paying for it. Take revenge on him for being a woke liberal moralist.
Woke liberal. So who would he be voting for? He's a woke liberal.
It is funny how
what is that?
Liberal has kind of become a despised term on both sides. Because to the right wing, liberal represents, you know,
He's a voter. He's voting for in a way that matters, or what?
hippies, communists, like everyone who's left of center. But then to the left, liberal represents the centrists, the people who claim to be to have like progressive values, but really are just a bunch of old fuddy-duddies who want to keep things the way they are. Like, I don't know, Hillary Clinton. To the left, liberal means the establishment. To the right, liberal just means
there's more food, or he'd be more upset.
Connotation. Well, no, yeah, connotation different for both sides. Not sure what the denotation is. Might have to look that up. I mean, like, liberal, I guess, just means like a little more loosey-goosey. Anyway, I have to get that cleaned up wherever it landed. Oh, we go. Stress Miller. I'm sorry for rambling. I'm out.
Oh, I wanted to see him eat the meatball. Yeah, he's gonna say them advertisers for off camera because he's about to just put a straw in them. So put one of them boba tea straws in a pie. Look at these race cars.
Exactly
this is
what he
live.
got out front. Got himself. Who's P2 there? I didn't notice who got there. Was that Rafa? Rafa got into P2. So Rafa, grabbed his second position and was able to maintain that and keep that going. And then Mike Skeen there in P3. So the top three kind of coming through the first lap exactly how they took the flag.
Yeah.
Ooh, Skeen's way off here.
Oh, what's going on with Mike?
Damn, that could have been
He had
bad.
a little bit off there in turn 13. It
That's
can
where
get tricky
that
there.
professionalism comes into play.
And, you know, if you lose the front there and it can, or you lose the rear, you start chasing that all the way through. So don't know which one he lost from the angle that we had, but that's not your typical Mike Skeen. And you know,
America.
Thomas Merrill's there to pounce. And Thomas, he's
Got
ready.
American cars out there.
This is a driver and a team that's been struggling.
That's the
in
American
last
car in the
couple
front,
events.
ain't it?
And
That Mustang right there.
I think I had more confidence in Thomas than he had in himself, but now the green flag's dropped. He knows
This is something like what my dad would have had one when I was a kid.
Yeah, he's had a lot of bad luck in the last few races. He was grass cracking last week at Mid-Ohio, had to come
I'd
into
be
the
like,
pits. He's still second in the championship. But
I'd
like I
watch
said,
it for a little while, then I go
118
play
points,
video
a lot to
games.
lose. And as he stands at the moment, he's 2 behind Rapper in this race in 4th position. Got Mosak behind him, Green in 6th, Lostowski 7th, and Hurley said 9th. He's dropped back, and Bacon it is, who I was looking at early, is in the top 10.
That had flames coming
Keep an
out.
eye on Mayer and Nunziata. They have moved forward 21st and 23rd now from the start of this race, so they are slowly but surely making their way, but we are on the
There's a lot of people in this race, man. They're pretty stacked
Yeah, we're going to
up.
be under caution at this point, and you know, I'm sure Code 60's come up. We got Patrick Paul
Oh,
here
they got
dead on the
caution
back
now,
straightaway
too.
out of the kink, so this is on the way to Canada Corner. That's not an ideal place, so this was a good
Pretty big
call by
track.
Tim Richter. Get the field slowed down, get the safety crew out there, clear that track. Good news is there's not a bunch of scattered bits and pieces
No,
everywhere,
it's true.
Jonathan Green. It should be pretty quick. I mean, I'm telling you, I'll
Road
go.
America. So where are they at? Oh. Atlanta. I don't know. Don't know where they were. Ships arrive at Pearl Harbor for Rimback. 3 minutes ago this was uploaded, so I guess this is happening now or yesterday. Ships look kind of rusty, man. I seriously don't have a remembrance of our ships looking that rusty when I was in. I think they have less people to clean or something. Or they just don't clean as often out to sea. It just wasn't worth it to look good. I used to hang over the side and clean. Pearl Harbor, man. Isn't it beautiful? Whoa. Hold on. Dude, that might be my old ship. I can't tell. Unless it's a cruiser. Actually, no, I think that's the cruiser. It says yeah, that's the cruiser, Tongariro class, USS Princeton. Negatory Ghost Rider. My ship's not stationed out there anymore. It was out there for a movie filming though, and I caught it in the background. But I think they were still stationed there. Cruisers look a lot like destroyers. Let's quote the jazz, bro. Yo, what is that? F8. Let's see. That's a Royal Netherlands frigate right there. There was a Singapore frigate. There was a 72. Did we already see that? 412. That's going to be a replenishment ship. I can tell by looking at this. So, yeah, German Navy replenishment ship. So the Germans. There you go. They give you fuel with this as well as food or mail. Come through. Whoa, look at this thing, bro. Who is this? Wait. Oh, okay. No, I thought it was open in the middle right here. Like in this area. But this still isn't ours. Some sort of auxiliary, I think. New Zealand. I can't, does that have a number on it? Oh, A11. New Zealand Navy Polar Class Sustainment Vessel. Okay. Shit. The stream just went down because it's too hot. Austria? What is that? Peruvian? Oh, okay. No, it's got this emblem in the middle. Peruvian Navy, a Mascassar class landing platform dock ship. Thought the memorial was ugly. When you look down and can see the ship to the water, it's kind of blah. What do you mean it's kind of blah? Bad optics? I don't know about that. April 12, German Navy replenishment ship. It's letting the sailors rest there, undisturbed. It's knowing that their bodies are still there. Oil still seeps up out of it too. Yeah, my grandfather was in World War II. By the flip of a coin, I'm still here. Because he was there on ship on the USS California when it got hit. He was on the other end of the ship though. And I was stationed there in the same age, in the same rank as he was when he was there. German Navy. Oh, we just missed a Mexican Navy. 8412 is Mexican Navy. What was that? That's a Mexican Navy ship. Look at that thing. Trippy. What's going on with the front of it? Landing. Tank. It's a tank landing ship. I wonder if this was this. Oh, this drops down so they can drive up on. Interesting. I wonder why these open up. Because they cleaned up all the other ships. It's the only one they left. because it was such a total loss. So many settlers were lost there on that one. 42, 42. Hey, Royal Australian Navy. It's not a bad looking ship. It's a little skinny up top. Yeah, I'm partial to our ships, so I think ours look the best. Ours were the first ones. Of course, the carrier, that's ours. That's ours. Yeah, those two, the first two are ours. This looks slick, man. Other ones are kind of bulky. That was cool. So, inspiring scenes of the U.S. and Allied ships arriving in Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam to participate in the exercise Rim of the Pacific 2024. There's probably subs too coming. I can't imagine them doing exercises out there and not playing with the subs too. Treat yourself. Treat yourself.
Oh, sorry, kitty. I'm sorry.
I gotta go check on the camera. The memorial, which one? The submarine? I went and checked out the submarine too. I'm talking about the USS Missouri. Anybody can go to that, right? Dude, Mel Brooks is 98 years old yesterday. Yeah, you probably go stop through and see that.
So this intersection in downtown LA.
It's not letting me show it because it's too short. Oh well, it's not a big deal.
This summer travel season is heating up. New research finds many people are willing to burn through their paychecks to enjoy a vacation. A new Credit Karma study finds nearly 40% of Gen Z and millennials say they will always prioritize summer travel, regardless where their finances stand. The study also finds that about a third of both groups say they care more about enjoying the summer months than saving money, and that more than a quarter are willing to take on debt in order to have fun this season.
Our future
if you plan
is
on traveling this 4th of July weekend, new TSA scanners could cut down the airport security lines. News Nation's own Alicia Nieves is at Newark Airport this morning. Alicia, I was where you're standing yesterday. There were long lines, but talk to us about this new technology. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it's early here, but still the airport already kind of packed, right? The goal with this technology, as you mentioned, is really safety. Kind of the faster component is a bonus to it all, but safety above all, according to TSA. As you noted this weekend, a busy travel weekend for the 4th of July coming up. The more people we see coming to the airport equals more risk, and these kind of CT scanners is what they're called. They're going to mitigate some of that risk. They're going to enhance the threat protection. We have some videos you're seeing on your screen of these scanners, and essentially they are really unique because they have this new technology that has these kind of algorithms, right, that find explosives, even those masked in liquids and carry-on bags. They have this sophisticated algorithm I'm mentioning that creates what's a 3D image for TSA agents, and they can actually rotate those 360-degree images to see inside your bags. The images are so clear they can automatically detect explosives, including, of course, liquids and then other threats. Now, one of the really great things, especially for passengers looking for speed, right, getting through the airport, with this technology is that people are no longer going to have to take out their laptops or their electronic devices. They can also leave in their small liquids. Of course, it's still less than 4 ounces. And eventually, TSA expects that the enhanced imaging is going to lead to fewer manually checked bags, which we all know can take quite a long time. You know, from a few minutes, I've even had it where it's half an hour for me to kind of get through a manual check. The only thing is, and TSA warns this, is that it may take a few extra seconds for each passenger to kind of examine each 3D image. So while we're hoping for speed, initially we might not get there.
So it's not really going to save time.
Scanners here at Newark Airport, we have about a half dozen here that have been implemented. We're told that major airports around the country, they've implemented these CT scanners, and then they're going to continue to fund these scanners, or continue to put these scanners in airports as funding permits, Henna.
And Alicia, it's not even 8 a.m. here on the East Coast. There is so much activity behind you. Any new data on how many people are traveling just this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the busiest travel weekends of the year. We've talked about this kind of
I haven't made anybody want to go to Austria yet.
The busiest kind of summer travel weekend. We're told by Airlines for America, 6.5% almost the travel increase we're going to see this summer.
Imagine.
Beyond just the airlines, though, we're looking at 70 million people across the country traveling this 4th of July.
I always went during the winter, though.
All right, hope they're having fun. Alicia Nieves, you and I will be working, but thank you so much for joining us live from Newark Airport this morning. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television.
Dude, I'd be kind of nervous to travel to Romania now, though. That's too close to Ukraine. I don't know. It's just like maybe a Russian might get me and put me in a van. I'd say one of the coolest things to do in Vienna is just getting on the tram and riding it around town. Just like checking out the different areas of town in Vienna. It's kind of interesting. Vienna's pretty rich in history. Like, they have Mozart balls because Mozart was born in Salzburg. Salzburg's not too far from Vienna. There's like a castle there, and there's a like Prague. Is it like there's so many places that are close to Vienna? Is why Vienna is such a good place to go. It's Central Europe, so you go south, you're in Italy. You go north, you're in Czech Republic, Prague is their capital. Then you go to the west, you're deeper in Vienna. I mean, deeper in Austria, seeing like Salzburg's over there. I mean, you could keep going to Germany. That's pretty far. But to the right, you got two countries. What are they? Slovakia and Slovenia. And like I went to Bratislava. I think it's Slovakia. It used to be Czechoslovakia, all of them combined. Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Slovenia. I think we're all Czechoslovakia at one point. Not 100% on that one now. So it gets kind of weird once you start getting into those countries. It's like, okay, this used to be like definitely a no-go zone for Americans. During the Cold War, you didn't want to be in this area of the world as an American for sure. I wasn't even really thinking about that when I was out there, but now I would. It would make it a little more exciting. Like, I'm a little more knowledgeable on history now. Like, did you know that Romania had the third largest presence in the Nazi army? It was Germany, Italy, and then Romania. But at one point they were second because Mussolini signed some pact and it made them the second largest army for Hitler. Romanians. I didn't know that. I bet my dad already knew that when I was out there hanging out and shit. I wonder. Just like Austria, they didn't really have to bend their arms to join either, because they joined up with them. I was in a bunch of countries that were Nazis. And my dad was fucking like, what the fuck? Why has he got to get with a Romanian chick? I had no idea, dude, that they were clicked up with Nazis like that. And it had camps apparently, or they were killing Jews. The Romanians were. Okay, what was I gotta do? Oh, gotta go with this camera up again. I'll be back. Oh, come on. I was just reading about that earlier because I saw a Nazi knife at a booth out there that I thought was probably fake when I was out there when I was looking at it, but now I kind of wish I would have gotten it just so I could have gotten it verified to see if it was real, because some of these fucking things are worth like thousands of dollars and they look pretty plain. And there were a bunch of different vendors, and had I known at the time that Romania had a third of the, like they were the third largest army for Hitler, I probably would have just picked it up just in case, just to see later. But I didn't think that they were that involved in the war, man. I'm ignorant, bro. And I wouldn't have got it because I'd have been like, yeah, dude, check this fucking out, man. I mean, kind of would have been like that, but not because I think it's awesome that they were a thing, but that this relic still exists from that time. It is kind of crazy if it was real, but I'll never know. I've looked up like knives like that they have. There's so many of them, dude, that are authentic, going for thousands of dollars, that it's wild to me that they had so many different ones. Look into it, man. You'll see yourself. It wasn't just like 5 or 10. There's hundreds of different authentic Nazi knives out there, because they would give them for achievements or for presents and stuff. Overheated. Yeah, this is overheating time. 10:30 to 12 or 12:30 is prime overheating time. What are you doing, Missy? You can't have my seat. Have my seat. Oh, it's mine. Have a bed over here. Have a bed over here. Come here. Come. She gets right out of her bed and she's coming right back to my lap and laying down. She's okay now. She's yawning while she's on the floor still. Oh, she jumped back up here. She was like, "You're gone for 16 hours a day. I'm sitting. Make sure you don't leave me again." She would rather just be sitting behind me on the seat though, right behind my butt. That's her favorite place. Why do you keep saying that? Like it's gonna make it happen. Not gonna make it happen. It's so dark in there, and the hole is extremely small that they go into. It's not a huge like area. I don't mind not knowing. I'd rather not know, dude. I don't want to know if she has the kittens. I would rather not know if she's dealing with kittens until they actually pop out wanting food. I don't want to deal with it. It's not the winter time. It's not like they're going to freeze to death or anything. I don't want to feel the need to get kittens out from underneath the house and bring them into the bathroom and deal with any of that crazy shit. Having her up in the house. No, the best thing to do is just let her do her thing and not bother her. You've done it plenty of times. You're going to do it some more. Nothing going on down there, but the cat's sleeping maybe. Not doing what? I'm not dealing with putting a camera in that hole is what I'm not doing. Last thing I want to deal with is having to retrieve a fucking camera that's underneath the house. Fuck all that. I'm not going to deal with doing any of the looking under the house or anything though. Whatever they do under there is whatever they do under there. I haven't looked over there for 7 years. I don't need to now.
Many of us try to do the right thing. We dutifully separate plastics from our trash to recycle. But are we really making a difference? As Ben Tracy learned, the truth is complicated.
So many people, they see the recyclable label and they put it in the recycle bin.
Jan Dell is a former chemical engineer who has spent years telling an inconvenient truth.
For those of us who are constantly putting our plastic into the blue recycling bin and assuming it's going to the recycling place, what do we not know?
You're being lied to. The vast majority of plastics are not recycled. They're just not.
About 48 million tons of plastic waste is generated in the U.S. each year. Only 5 to 6% of it is actually recycled. The rest ends up in landfills or is burned.
All these plastic pouches that you get in e-commerce.
Dell founded a nonprofit to fight plastic pollution. Inside her garage in Southern California are all sorts of plastic with those little arrows on it that make us think they can be recycled.
It means you're being fooled.
Those so-called chasing arrows started showing up on plastic products in 1988, part of a push to convince the public that plastic waste wasn't a problem because it can be recycled.
They didn't really need it to work, right? They needed people to believe that it was working.
Davis Allen is an investigative researcher with the Center for Climate Integrity. In a new report called The Fraud of Plastic Recycling, it accuses the plastics industry of a decades-long campaign to mislead the public about the viability of plastic recycling, despite knowing the technical and economic limitations that make plastics unrecyclable at a large scale.
They couldn't ever lie about the existence of plastic waste, but they created a lie about how we could solve it, and that was recycling.
So if plastic recycling is technically difficult, if it doesn't make a whole lot of economic sense, why has the plastics industry pushed it?
The plastics industry understands that selling recycling sells plastic, and they'll say pretty much whatever they need to say to continue doing that. That's how they make money.
Plastic is made from oil and gas and comes in thousands of varieties, most of which cannot be recycled together.
The possibilities of plastics.
But in the 1980s, when some municipalities moved to ban plastic products, the industry began promoting the idea of recycling as a solution.
What we see in here is a widespread knowledge that plastics recycling was not working.
Allen showed us documents and meeting notes they obtained from public archives and from a former staff member of the American Plastics Council. At a trade conference in Florida in 1989, an industry leader told attendees, recycling cannot go on indefinitely and does not solve the solid waste problem. In 1994, an Exxon executive told the staff of the Plastics Council that when it comes to recycling, we are committed to the activities but not committed to the results.
They always kind of viewed recycling not as a real technical problem that they needed to solve, but as a public relations problem.
The industry just launched a new ad campaign called Recycling is Real.
Recycling is very real.
And says it's investing in what it calls advanced recycling technology. An industry trade group responded to Sunday morning in a statement calling the Center for Climate Integrity's report flawed and outdated, and says plastic makers are working hard to change the way that plastics are made and recycled.
It's the same process they were trying it 30 years ago. And my response to that is it's science fiction.
Jan Dell doesn't believe plastic will ever be truly recyclable. Plastic production is set to triple by 2050, and with so much plastic waste piling up on land and sea, more than 170 countries are working on a United Nations treaty to end plastic pollution. In a letter to President Biden about the negotiations, the plastics industry says it opposes any bans on plastic production, but supports more recycling.
The only thing the plastics industry has actually recycled is their lies over and over again.
Many of us try to do the right thing.
PSA jellyfish can still sting after they have. PSA jellyfish can still sting after they have died.
Oh. Dang, went down again. Oh, see, this is the time of day, man. It just keeps going down.
This is a 20-plus-year-old patient who presented with several weeks' history of headache, progressive weakness on the left side of the body, as well as difficulty with gait and balance. On physical examination, patient was alert and oriented, but had some left-sided hemiparesis or weakness with upper tract signs. Essentially, patient had sustained clonus, positive Hoffman, and Babinski reflexes. A positive Hoffman signs named after German neurologist Dr. Johann Hoffmann. It is suggestive of corticospinal tract dysfunction, which is responsible for voluntary motor function, and is localized to cervical segment of the spinal cord or above. A positive Babinski, on the other hand, is named after French neurologist Joseph Babinski, likewise suggesting of disruption of the corticospinal tract, but anywhere in the spinal cord or brain. MRI scan of the brain showed a large mass at the temporoparietal junction with significant local mass effect and vasogenic edema, thus explaining the neurological findings of corticospinal tract dysfunction and weakness on the left side. Patient was taken to the operating room for surgical resection of this tumor using computer navigation and neurophysiological monitoring with brain mapping. He was positioned supine with shoulder roll elevating the right shoulder and head comfortably turned to the left, exposing the temporoparietal area.
Holy shit, that's crazy,
Computer
dude.
navigation was used to localize the tumor, and the incision was planned along a plane bisecting the anterior and posterior poles of the tumor. Here's a view through the surgical microscope. The surgical corridor was optimized for a dissection plane parallel to primary motor and sensory cortex, minimizing shear forces on these delicate tracts.
Oh my god, it's a skull.
Primary sensory cortex is in the anterior and superior portion of the surgical exposure.
Why isn't it bleeding
a circular
more?
bone flap was then elevated using a single burr hole, exposing the underlying relaxed tumor. This relaxation is, of course, induced chemically using hypertonic saline and mannitol.
Chemical. Yeah. It's bleeding a little bit now, though. What's he doing? Suturing the bone for? Oh wait, that's not bone. Oh shit! Oh shit, the bone's already gone. That's like brain. Yo, what the hell?
Upon opening of dura, the tumor can be easily seen and distinguished from the normal brain. We performed a sleep mapping, delivering stimulus of about 2 to 3 seconds.
I can't barely tell.
Starting at 2 milliamp and increased it in 2 milliamp increments, approximating the posterior border of postcentral gyrus or primary sensory cortex. Sodium fluorescein guided microscopy combined with computer navigation was used to confirm the location of the tumor.
epic, man. That we have this capability now, dude, is insane.
Bipolar cautery and microsuction was used to establish a border between the tumor and surrounding brain.
I gotta pause this and come back to it. I'm intrigued. Gotta go get the stream back up. Oh wow, it's like cavernous. Liquid inside. Juicy. How juicy it is inside of it. It's like one of them gushers. Oh my gosh, you have all your shots. You're so quarantined now. You're so shotted up. You can't have that. No. I don't know what happened to sound. He just stopped talking. He's like, don't talk to me. I'm doing important shit now. Damn, that's nasty. Now that is gross looking. The actual tumor. What the hell?
Low current bipolar cautery is used frequently to harden the capsule of the tumor, rendering it more distinct than the adjacent delicate brain tissue.
Wonder how much it fucks somebody up if he just accidentally cuts a little bit of the brain. I had something like this, but a much smaller tumor on my pituitary gland. I took it out through my nostril though. How's he gonna get that out of there? Is the hole big enough?
Tumor is seemingly removed in one piece in a gross total fashion. However, we are well aware of our blind spot in the inferior border of the exposure and pole of the tumor.
Whoa. Damn. Is there any brain on it? Did they take some brain with it? That looks like brain.
Sodium fluorescein guided microscopy showed an area in the blind corner suspicious for residual tumor.
Shit. I guess I gotta cut more off. Oh, damn.
This area is further explored and additional tumor is discovered and removed with no injury to the surrounding brain.
Wow, really? Oh my goodness. Good job, man. Damn. How does he know he's not getting no bits of brain though? It's the color of it, I guess. Big old tumor chunk, bro. You're taking some brain, dude. You're taking some brain. Dude, it's burning it. Dude, why is that so hard to burn? You're burning something that's not tumor, I think, homie. You're fucking this guy up for the rest of his. I think I used the scissors on it even. Yeah. Oh, you just cut something.
Hydrogen peroxide solution-soaked cotton balls is laid over the cavity of the tumor resection site for both destruction of neoplastic cells that may reside in the cavity and also for hemostasis.
Wow.
The cavity is also covered with hemostatic agent.
What? The fuck? What? Whoa. What? They leave that in there? What the?
Duro is reapproximated and duroplasty completed.
They leave some chunk of galls up in your brain, bro.
The bone flap is reapproximated.
Wait.
And the border between the bone flap and the cranium is covered with synthetic agent to achieve a better cosmetic result. Patient had no neurological deficit and was discharged home. Post-operative MRI scan of the brain immediately and approximately a year after showed no radiographic evidence of residual or recurrent tumor.
Dude, that was amazing.
The pathology of this tumor, unfortunately, was glioblastoma multiforme, with MGMT promoter methylation and IDH1 or IDH2 mutation not detected. Thank you for watching, and as requested, this was a longer video than usual.
Damn. I guess it didn't have cancer, was the last part. That was freaking amazing, dude. Come a long way in a couple 100 years.
This is a case of a 60-year-old lady who experienced progressive weakness of the right lower extremity, resulting in multiple ground level falls. She also was experiencing persistent headache, which was atypical for her. An MRI scan of the brain was ordered, which revealed a homogeneously enhancing mass in the posterior left frontal lobe, adjacent to the primary motor strip, otherwise known as precentral gyrus. She was indicated for surgical resection of the tumor. Patient was taken to the operating room for resection of this mass utilizing computer navigation and stereotaxy, as well as intraoperative neurophysiological monitoring. In the operating room, after induction of general anesthesia, her head was immobilized using skull clamp and angled for near orthogonal approach to the tumor. SSEP and MEP electrodes were attached to her scalp, and baseline measurements were obtained.
Wonder how hard they clamp your head.
Using computer navigation, the precise location of the tumor, craniotomy perimeter, as well as planned incision were marked on the scalp. Now you're looking through a view through the surgical microscope. After making the incision, the location of the superior sagittal sinus and adjacent craniotomy were marked on the skull. Burr hole was placed over the lateral edge of the sinus, and the bone flap was elevated utilizing a side cutting drill. In this case, we were mindful of the nature of the tumor and the possibility of its adherence, if not invasion of the skull. And therefore, the bone flap was raised carefully with the tumor attached to it. The tumor had left an impression on the brain by deforming it. Usually most of this deformation resolves once the tumor is removed. Brain tumor invading the skull is shown here.
That's it.
This tumor was separated from the bone flap, and the bone flap was cleared from all tumor material using high-speed diamond bit drill.
That's it. Wow. Wish you got lucky with that one.
Post-op MRI scan showed complete resection of the tumor. The pathology of the tumor was WHO grade 1 meningioma.
Oh shit.
She was discharged home in excellent health and returned to full-time employment shortly after the surgery. Due to benign nature of the tumor and the fact that it was removed completely with no residual tumor, patient did not require radiation treatment or chemotherapy after the operation.
Awesome. Who's ready to
California just announced the largest land return in its history. The act is part of a larger land back movement, a push to reconnect indigenous people with their ancestral lands. The Esalen tribe has been working since 2020 to acquire those lands through programs like the Wildlife Conservancy and Big Sur Land Trust. We met with them in Monterey County to learn the benefits of that homecoming. It is beautiful. All of this land is yours?
All the land that you can see in the hills is all part of the preserve system that we have here.
As tribal leader of the Esalen Nation,
the name of this land is called Kapane.
Yeah. Tom Little Bear Nason helped his people buy back some 14,000 acres in the majestic hills of Monterey County last August. Land his ancestors were forced from hundreds of years ago.
We were never separated from the land as far as the connection. Even though we were physically disconnected from the land, we are connected to the trees. We remember ourselves through the trees. The trees tell stories.
Stories of the stewards who once tended these forests and those now charged with its care. Chanel Keller performs a sacred ritual of both gratitude and cleansing.
Everyone wants us to provide answers for how to save the land without us having a relationship on it. That is irresponsible. We need the return of our lands so that we can build a relationship with the land, so that we can come out here and harvest the land.
This whole forest floor right now around us as we sit here is full of food sources. There's roots, much like potatoes. There's carrots and parsnips. All these foods are here still.
Their goal? To strengthen a forest now vulnerable to disease and Mother Nature, using cultural practices handed down for generations.
And when I was growing up, we could ride horses and hike through the forest and see through it. And now, 50 years later, everything has grown over. The trees are falling over and dying.
And sick trees are ripe for Northern California's greatest threat: massive wildfires. Not to mention mudslides that leveled parts of neighboring Big Sur. The Esalen seek to manage those threats as a native forestry service, so to speak.
Lee and I have been working together, I think, since about 2011, 2010.
Yep. These forests are here because native people tended them for thousands of years.
Dr. Lee Klinger has studied ecosystems across the globe and has zeroed in on this area. What stood out?
Mainly the difference in the shapes of the oaks between the large oaks, which is spread out, versus the younger oaks, which were not tended, that ended up growing straight up. Right, like oaks normally do.
The result of deliberate pruning to encourage farm production. So basically how they were tended to impacted how they grew.
Correct. They encourage these broad spreading canopies because it makes it a lot easier to collect the acorns, for one reason. It's the most efficient shape at maximizing fruit, or in this case, acorn production.
That was one method to increase farm production. Another, more important today, protecting the trees themselves.
We burn off a little area, and then that would take out limbs like this that are dead. It would clean the Spanish moss up. It would clean some of the leaves up.
So here we have mistletoe, which is a parasite on the oaks.
It's huge.
Yeah. That's not going to go away unless we get fire back in the landscape. Cultural fire, we call it.
Cultural fire.
Yeah.
It's a practice dismissed by early settlers and reintroduced by the U.S. Forestry Service when scientists realized its effectiveness in preventing larger, more destructive fires.
And the elders always taught us that if you don't burn, it'll get overgrown, it'll grow against the trees. When the lightning fire comes, a natural fire, it'll burn through and take all the trees out. So we were always working around these trees because we learned that from nature.
Dr. Klinger believes the Esalen's more intensive approach can be scaled up.
I've developed something we call fire mimicry, and actually it's stuff the native people have been doing for thousands of years, as I found out afterwards. Clearing and cutting and thinning the forest like firewood, fertilizing the soils with ash and biochar, and getting the mosses and lichens off the tree.
So you're saying you can reverse the mortality of a tree?
Yes, many hundreds, thousands of them I've done. This is not a hypothetical. It's been proven that that can work and make a healthy ecosystem.
Why do Europeans get it so wrong?
We weren't doing farming the way they would see it, by ripping the earth and planting seeds. We were working with the forest. We were, propagating the forest. We tended to the earth. I admire the tree here. I come here and give thanks and gratitude. We do as a tribe.
Tending to the needs of many precious species that inhabit this plain.
Is it too late?
It's not too late.
It's not.
It's very, very, very close. It's razor thin, whether we can turn or not. The more people we awaken to what is going on with the forest, we can awaken people to start working with their forest in their own backyard. It starts in your own yard.
The idea of farming a forest was so foreign to me. I don't know about you guys, but just the idea that there were people here who tended to trees like we tend to crops, and it was just fascinating.
It's forest management. I mean, it's important, and it's beautiful there.
It really
I know the trees have some issues, but it's just stunning to look at.
Oh, might have given Simon too much food just now. I thought it was later than it is. Dang. Well, shoot. I don't have to give him his medicine for another hour. Why are you acting all hungry, Missy? Why should you eat more this morning? Why should you eat more in the morning? I bet if I brought her food in here, she still wouldn't eat it. I could see. Let's see. I could hear you in here tearing my fucking chair up on the microphone. Get back, get back, get back. Here. Eat that cheese. Don't want something? No, she's not eating it. I'll leave it there for a little bit and see, but she just doesn't want to eat in the mornings.
This is the new Chipotle Ranch Grilled Chicken Burrito.
One of the common questions we get about the
Dude, why can't I make any of these bigger, bro?
One of the common questions we get about the human stomach in the lab is, what's the size of an average adult?
I can't pop it like it's hot, pop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot. Oh, there was always this guy. Oh, it's in 2 days. He's premiering something in 2 days. We have to wait for his. His are that good, aren't they? Like, remember this one?
Oh, I say, just because this is, Fast Food Friday and all that, doesn't mean can't show breakfast. And just because it's breakfast time at time of recording, doesn't mean can't have pizza. But first, before we go any further, please, let's hit that big subscribe button down below and ring that notification bell. And then smash that thumbs up. All right, and then let's get it on.
Dude, when he said subscribe, the subscribe button did some rainbow thing around it. I got gay with it for a second.
Let's see what we got. We're back. Jay Crizzle and Dream and Distortion. Well, your dreams for a breakfast pizza have come true. Now, I was kind of hoping they'd have the traditional slice, but, figured all they had was Detroit style. So go big, go home. Either way, it's prepared fresh in the store. And I think this
He's so fat.
So thick.
Huh.
May need a fork.
He's so fat, but he just keeps eating shit.
Pie. And let's take a look here.
You gotta die of something.
Digest this a little bit. So it's got the deep dish crust. And it comes with, it does have some sauce there, but mainly it's like got mozzarella cheese, some scrambled eggs, bacon, or Canadian bacon, aka ham, and sausage. Now,
Ham has to be salted, right? So it makes it a ham, or is it it comes from the leg?
I tell you, this is good.
Is it a certain cut, or is it how it's prepared? How it's preserved?
And
one's salty, another one, right?
You know
Like,
what? I figured,
hams, there's a salty one, right?
With a fork.
What in the actual hell, though? I thought that was a slice of pizza. Why did it... Wow. Yeah. This dude doesn't even know how to eat, and he's professional. Is that the thing with this? It has to, like,
awesome.
to make it at the professional YouTuber eater, you have to be just, like, sloppy mouth breather. Dude, the phone keeps overheating, man. We have to get past the 12:30 hump. We're almost there.
It's perfect. No, it wasn't really easy to order, but hey.
Wasn't easy to order.
When you go to your Mavericks, they don't have this out yet. I mean, I think all you have to do is ask.
Put eggs on my pizza.
Ask and just be patient, and it will reward you, alright? So, these are normally, I think for the Detroit style, for any of their Detroit style pizzas, they're $3.29 a slice.
He just cut it. This guy eats pizza weird. He's cutting like it's a cake. I would have. Here's how I'd have done it. You see how the shape of that container is? I would have slid it from the long end to the short end, slid it towards me, and I would have used the container as like a lift-off point for my mouth and bit it off at the edge right there. Boom, boom, baby. You don't have to worry about that. Or I would have folded it long ways like a taco. Or it's a two-hander situation. But the way he's doing it is not how I would have been doing it. With the shingy ass plastic fork. Is he scared to touch it or something? Oh no. Okay, now he's touching it. I don't know, man. Yeah, you can actually pick them up. What the fuck, bro? Why is he making such a mess? Imagine being on a date with that. Could you imagine, Sister T, this is your date for the night? You guys met on Tinder. He had his brother's picture for his Tinder picture. Looks almost like him, just like much smaller.
Okay. It's not every day I get to have a breakfast out, but hey, I decided to seize the opportunity.
Dude, was he just making out with it? I swear his tongue was just inside of the bread. If you roll that back, you'll see.
And it's just... I'm gonna figure. Thank you, Jay Crizzle and Dreaming Distortion, for requesting this.
That's mostly bread right there, though. What a ripoff. That's a huge chunk of bread in his hand. Now none of that has topping on it. It's like right there. What is he doing? But, He's making out with his food a little bit, I think. Subconsciously, he's doing it though. He nibbles at it multiple times. But let's see, that was a double nibble. One bite's never enough for him. He's got to put that little bit more in. 1 and 2. Called it. Let's see. Every bite's a double bite. Okay. Is it a double or not a double? 1. No, not when there's not much left. He wants to savor it every little bite because he knows it's running out soon. Yeah, don't you stuff the whole thing? Do you have another pizza left? Oh, he's got some fixing still in here. What you want now, Simon? You got all your food. You want me to stir it again, boss? I gotta go fix the camera. Hopefully he doesn't do anything cool on that. Oh, wait. I forgot you were back.
Oh, wonderful. It's definitely worth coming here for. Alright, I'll tell you.
I almost forgot our food in here.
Again, it just goes to show Maverick definitely has for a convenience store, for like convenience store, grab and go, quick run kind of place here. Yeah, even with the adventure theming, hey, hunger's an adventure, thirst is an adventure. Eating one of these is an adventure, which I'll just do this off camera because I figured only did one, get the point across and all that. And I gotta say, Maverick again, best convenience store pizza by far. All right, especially here in Colorado Springs. So, all right, that's about it, folks. And again, hey, the breakfast pizza, Detroit style, which only this location had at the time, but hey, on the plus side, it's a 10 out of 10. It's got all the major food groups and everything here, and it proves, hey, even Homer Simpson himself would love this. All right. So please let me know what you think in the comments down below, along with hashtag RobbieP2Family. And hey, if you're brand new to my channel, please also hit the big subscribe button and ring that notification bell. Let's choose all notifications so you don't miss out on anything. And also, hey, if there's something you'd like to see me review on my channel, like any other foods or beverages and all that, please feel free. Reach out to me directly. The info is in the description below. You can reach out to me via email or message me on Instagram or X, the one that used to be Twitter. All right, and there's also a link to the Robbie P2 fan shop, so you can get yourself some official Robbie P2 merch. And also, you can reach out to me on Cameo as well. I personally shout out. Or you can also donate via PayPal, Venmo, or Super Thanks. Either way to help keep the channel going. All right? So that's about it. And as always, thank you for watching. As always, stay happy, stay safe, most importantly, stay positive. Love you, folks. All right? Your boy, Robbie P2 out. Bye!
So he's got money making going on all over the place.
and boop. So this is fully concentrated. Let's get a little more in there. Welcome to the Anatomy Lab, everyone. Today we're going to talk about stomach acid, or what we like to call hydrochloric acid. So why does our body produce this stuff? Or in other words, what is its function? And how powerful is it? You may have heard of chemistry lab accidents where people have burned themselves with hydrochloric acid, and also heard of body conditions where stomach acid gets in places that it's not supposed to and causes some problems. So we need to do some experiments with this hydrochloric acid to help us answer some of these questions. And of course, yes, we are the Anatomy Lab, so we will utilize a real human stomach to also help us with this journey. So let's do this. So let's first start with the what and the why. What specifically inside the stomach produces the acid, and why does it produce it? So let's take a look at our first dissection here. This is a real human stomach, and the stomach was removed from the left upper quadrant of the abdomen, or left upper abdomen, where the stomach resides. And there's a couple of associated structures that we can mention. Here's the bottom part of the esophagus that we cut here, and again, that esophagus would continue up towards the throat. If we came down on the other side of the stomach, this smaller tubing is where the stomach essentially becomes the small intestine. So from here to here is the stomach, this hollow bag that helps store and mix food and obviously create some hydrochloric acid. Now, this stomach, or this particular dissection, has not been cut into. And to fully appreciate the stomach acid and what creates it, we have to look at the inside lining of the stomach. So we have another stomach dissection here that I'm going to overlay from on this other stomach. You can see it's a little more stretched and a little larger, especially up at the fundus or upper portion of the stomach.
Which cat is that?
But we've cut right about here, if we just compare it to the stomach. And the cool thing,
it's the one from this morning that took the collar off. At least it's getting something.
Gotta play to win.
That food should still be good. It's only like half a year out of expiration. I think it's probably still be good. Yeah, I think so, baby. The newly uncollared cat. Feeling like he's probably feeling better. Not having a collar on, man. You see that line around its neck? It's above the white line. He's skittish though.
Meow, 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 meow.
Well, maybe. I mean, he wasn't really tight, though. Wasn't tight on him. But I can imagine it just being uncomfortable on the back of the neck. Not being able to move it ever. I bet the fleas were using it as like their home, too. Oh my gosh, what are you doing, kitty? What are you doing? I had your food out. You didn't want it. man, it's already down. Well, holy shit. Okay, we gotta get past this 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock little thing we got going on here. Man. I hear you just tear it up. Tear it up, little bitch. Fuck. Oh no, is something there? How much of a glare now?
Let's bring back Kevin O'Leary. Kevin, what do you make of Alan eyeing a possible run for the mayor of New York City? And have you ever thought of running yourself? Maybe not for New York, but didn't you run for office in your native Canada once, or came close to it?
Yes, I did. I ran in 2016. Quite a remarkable experience. Not sure I'd do it again. Not a successful financial move. But I really, as most Canadians, I had never seen the whole country. It's pretty big. During that run, I visited every small town in Canada. So I saw something. I got a great tourist ride out of it. But I endorse any business leader jumping into the fray, because when you've made payroll on a Wednesday night, you understand how hard it is to run a business. What's the biggest business in America? America's the biggest business in America. I would much rather have executives in cabinet that have actually run a business to run the biggest business, America. And I don't know why that's a bad idea. I think it's a good idea. A lot of what we see in incompetency and mediocrity and lack of executional skills is a lot of people have never run a business. And I don't like to be critical of any one politician over another, but look at AOC in your state. What a disaster. Her district's a war zone. Yeah. But she's a very popular politician. She knows how to raise money, $20 at a time, but she can't run anything. And I'm sorry to be critical, but it's true.
Yeah, and what makes me even more flummoxed, that's a word you don't hear very often, flummoxed, is that cities like New York, Chicago, San Francisco, they go to hell in a handbasket, and yet politicians get reelected. I can't understand that.
Well, I think people should start to question who's managing this for me. They work for you. If you're a voter, all of these politicians work for you. And if you're not happy, San Francisco, you can't walk at night. New York is getting like that. Very famous Italian restaurant last week. Very expensive watch stolen in broad sight, right outside of the front door. I'm a watch collector, so these stories go around the community pretty quickly. Basically, the word on the street now is the cities you can't wear watches is New York, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. So I no longer wear watches in those cities. It's such a shame.
And how pathetic is that? But anyway, I want to move on to this issue, Kevin. You've been very vocal about raising the minimum wage. But, you know, out in California, talking of which, long-standing San Francisco McDonald's closed this weekend because of the higher paychecks. I think they went from $16 to $20 an hour. What do you make of that?
It's a mistake. It's a Gavin Newsom mistake. I've been very vocal about his lack of executional skills. I was just in California for 2 weeks. It's not just fast food and convenient dining that's shutting down, because they're unprofitable at $20 a minimum wage. Lots of other businesses are leaving that state. California is being hollowed out. That's what's occurring. Taxpayers, high net worth individuals, businesses, entrepreneurial businesses, which represent 62% of job creation, those companies 5 to 500, they are moving out of that state to places like Tennessee, to Texas and Florida, obviously. I don't invest in startups in California anymore, and when I do, and I've done a few, we move them out. We move the headquarters out, and we leave some employees there, but it is not a place to do business. It's not in business. I think Gavin Newsom, for his interest in running for president, should probably fix California now, because everybody in the country has figured out that place is a disaster, and it's just mistakes in policy. Just go there and see for yourself. Walk around San Francisco. It is not America anymore. It just isn't. And I don't know, you start at the top, you got to blame the top manager, and then you go down to the city administrators and the mayor. What a wasteland, all of these places shutting down. It's not a partisan argument. When a Walgreens shuts down, and a drugstore shuts down, and a convenience store shuts down, a bodega shuts down, that's nothing to do with whether you're blue or red. That's just bad policy, bad taxes, lack of any kind of legal system that makes sense in crime prevention. It's a wasteland. Sorry to tell you that, but just go there yourself. Don't listen to me. Go try it out. You wouldn't run a convention in San Francisco. You have to take an Uber 1 block to your hotel, or you get executed.
You know what? It's such a shame, because it's such a beautiful city. At one point, it was beautiful to visit, but not anymore. Kevin O'Leary, great stuff, Kevin. We'll have to leave it there, but thanks for your input today. Always appreciate it.
Hey, you know, News Nation had one of its biggest nights last night, and a big reason for it is the other part of your screen right now. Dusty masterminds our special coverage. She books like 1,500 hours of television, works with all these different anchors. She and the team did a really good job with a lot fewer people than most of the big organizations do it with. So, well done, guys. I'm glad it paid off, that people paid attention. So who do you got?
I want to say that Chris's reaction, and I'm not good with social media, but your reaction on TikTok, like, quadrupled. Your reaction to the debate on TikTok quadrupled CNN, ABC, NBC, all these biggies. So we're super proud of you here, honestly.
Well, listen, we're just saying the right thing, which is this is embarrassing that these are our choices. America's got to do better. This only benefits the parties, and people get it. It's just what we're going to do about it, and that's the hard part. So who do you got on the phone?
Okay, let's get to Steve from Las Vegas.
Steve Salerno is a journalist and a mentor of mine, and I wanted him to call in with some perspective tonight. What do you got, brother?
Chris, first of all, I want to applaud you for your in-passing barb at the Times editorial board. And to play off your last segment, I want to thank you more generally for being an apostle of honest journalism. Can I add my 2 cents?
Please.
Yeah, newspapers have always endorsed candidates, of course, but I'm more concerned about the way they couch this. This is a battle for the soul of the nation, which is why Biden needs to step aside. Can any reader reading that and the rest of their rhetoric reasonably expect the Times to use impartial coverage for the balance of the campaign? And last thing, suppose the Dems do heed the Times advice and they pick a replacement for Joe. Are we then supposed to assume that the replacement is somehow the great savior and the Messiah? At a time when trust in journalism is an all-time low, I just think this is a terrible development. That's all.
I understand why you feel that way. You make a very cogent argument. I'm not a mainline defender of the New York Times. I do think that we are in an existential battle in terms of understanding who we are and what we want to be about, but that doesn't mean you pick a side other than the side of getting to a better place. I think your questions are valid, and I think that they shouldn't have done it the way they did it. But most importantly, it's good that they are at least now on record and transparent. I think that the time of keeping our opinions to ourselves, the audience doesn't buy it anymore. They want to know where you stand so they can gauge your degree of fairness. I know it's sticky and tricky, and you and I will have 100 discussions about it, but you're asking the right questions, and I think it's a red flag for sure. All right, let's do one more if we have time.
Okay, one more, Philip from Fresno. You got a minute.
Chris,
What's your question,
I was
sir?
told to make it really quick, so I had an idea for the next debate. You know, these guys spent half their time talking last night about the other guy, and I was wondering, what do you think of the idea of when the moderators ask these guys questions to tell them that they want to know what you're going to do for the country, what you did before for the country, and not bring up the other guy's name. There's no need to bring up the other guy's name. And I think we're wasting too much time.
Can't enforce it. Can't enforce it. There's too much value in attacking the other in a binary battle to the bottom. That's zero sum. It's just too appealing. It's too easy. It's too effective. So I think you got to have more debates, mandated, single issue, no moderator. And you judge. You're an adult. You have the power, right? I mean, you do it everywhere else in your life. If there's one thing that's true about the Americans in general, we are not suckers, okay? You don't need to have your hand held. You don't need a referee of your own priorities. I really believe the time has come. Make them debate more, single topic, get after it, and you be the judge. All right? Thank you for giving us the opportunity. I appreciate you. We'll get through it, but we'll get through it together. Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to newsnationnow.com. NewsNation.
So can have a chat with you all.
Which is an opportune time for me to visit and for us to have this little Q&A. I was last in Ukraine in December 2022, and back then we did a live stream from Chernihiv, where you are based in the National Guard, and we also did an interview, or I interviewed you about the situation in Chernihiv back then and some of the destruction that took place in the city early on in the war. Perchance I could visit again sometime in the near future, but at the moment we are in Odessa, and I'm going to get to some of the questions that were asked of me, more like directed, actually they're directed at Ukrainians, and these are questions I gathered from social media prior to this stream. The first question was if Ukrainians know that the war will last more than 5 years, will they emigrate or wait for victory however long the war would be? And that's not directed specifically to you, that's directed to Ukrainians as a whole.
Well, I think that...
Or Ukrainians in general.
I think that some people would emigrate, because, but more specifically women and children, because let's say probably because men are not allowed to leave the country due to by law. So it's, I mean, like legally, okay? So yeah, so some people would immigrate, but many people would stay as well. But I think that with the duration of time,
men aren't allowed to leave the country, bro.
Here in Ukraine, more people would leave, so that's inevitable. Yeah.
I believe there was a follow-up to that, which was the question was coming from someone who was wondering if the people who are there love Ukraine so much, or are they worried about leaving and settling in another country? I think you somewhat already answered.
Could you please?
But to what extent do Ukrainians have concerns about settling in other countries? And at the same time, the question, the person's also asking, do Ukrainians love Ukraine so much that they're willing to stay?
I would say that many Ukrainians do love Ukraine, yes. and I can tell you that many people who are abroad right now, they say that they will return, will come back as soon as possible, as long as it's safe or the war is over, etc. Because many people, like, they are not really used to living here, but living there. But of course, some people settled there, but not all of them even want to start with. So I think that there will be some kind of like exchange in the migration flows, and some people will come back, and some people will leave probably forever.
Since I've been back here, I've heard some people express concern that once the war ends, there could be an exodus of men because they feel like they've been locked up, per se. And I guess this is it. No, it's not a power cut, or is it a power cut?
I don't know. I guess just the electricity. Well, but still,
I guess we'll get to the power situation momentarily. Do you feel like you're cooped up here? You're in the military. You can't leave. I don't know if you want to get into your personal sentiments on that, but I think we do have a power cut. No, or did they just turn off? They just turn off their generator. We already had a power cut. We'll get to the power situation, and we'll address all your questions coming in the chat. Do you want to respond? Might there be an exodus of Ukrainian men after the war ends?
I don't know. Only time will tell. It's more of speculation. So I don't really know. And when I don't know something, I just say that direct, openly, and admit it. So I don't know.
All right, let's look at the chat.
Yeah,
sorry, I got to pull this up on the phone as opposed to on the computer. I'm having some technical difficulties on the
computer. I can read it on my phone, by the way.
Yeah, that would be even better if we could read it on your phone. I've got another phone with other questions. Let's see. Very strong rumor of peace deal on the table. That's a comment, but we could pose that as a question. Let me try to scroll back. We're getting a lot of comments. All right, so we already worried about Odessa being droned. There will be a coup first. He's
daft. I don't know. No one knows, so it's really like all speculation. I don't know. Well,
I guess that's in response to the discussion about presidential elections.
Yeah, Crimean Bridge. I think that was about Zelensky, but I'm not sure. It's all like rumors and stuff. Crimean Bridge is called a huge target here in the US. I think it sort of is, but I don't know. It may be struck in any point in the future, but no one knows.
Okay, well, that's a good segue into the next question that I received prior to the broadcast, which, again, this is directed at Ukrainians in general, so you can answer it in terms of both your personal sentiments and best you can representing Ukrainians in general, or either or. Do you actually care who controls Crimea?
I do.
You want to speak to the necessity in your mind of retaking Crimea?
I would say I don't really like to play the analogy game all the time, so like showing some examples. But let's say that I don't know what country this person who asked this is from, but let's assume it's like US, or you can like any other country. Okay, so like, but let be the US. Let's say the US lost some territories in a similar way, like somewhere in the south, let's say, or Midwest. Everyone hates the Midwest in the US, from what I know. So let's say that northern Midwestern states were occupied, well, not necessarily occupied, but they were annexed to let's say, Canada in such a way, and Canada recognized its own very territory. So what do you think? How many Americans gonna just like cope with it and deal with it and forget about it? That's pretty much makes the point. And if you live in country, in any European country, I guess the sentiment is even stronger. because given how often the territory dispute was the reason for wars in the another history, like the 18th, 19th century, and basically this war we're having today is more like 18th, 19th style, but only with the more genocidal format rather than the 17th, 18th, 19th century. But you can still understand it. So I think that's pretty much explains it.
What would you say are the sentiments around Ukraine in general about Crimea? Does the war need to go on until Ukraine takes back Crimea? How important is Crimea at this point to Ukrainians? Can you speak to the general sentiments nationwide?
Well, first of all, Crimea is right now. Crimea is, control of the Crimean territory is critical because Odessa is literally struck by missiles from Crimea, and you have to understand that ballistic missiles flies like for 5 minutes. If you don't have enough time, and those missiles are pretty accurate, to be honest. And if you don't have enough time to take cover, you'll be in trouble. And if missiles falls somewhere where you at, you'll be in trouble. So even by this point, it matters who controls the Crimean Peninsula. Okay, and but even in general, well, Ukrainians do want this, but they do want Crimea back. Well, just because first of all, because it's fair, I guess. And everything that happened in 2014 was illegal by both the, let's say, international laws, by Russian laws, by the way, by the Russian constitution, by the way, and of course by the Ukrainian constitution. It happened just because Putin wanted, and no one was about to oppose him like everywhere. So, so there you go.
Speaking to the logistics a little bit, Odessa is the key port in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
There's been havoc wreaked at the port here, correct? I mean, there's been a lot of
to some extent. To some extent, but from what I've seen, the port is working. The ships are being loaded and offloaded. So yeah.
Okay, maybe that is a mischaracterization on my part. The port has been struck multiple times.
That's correct.
And infrastructure and even the iconic hotel beside the port was struck, right? I've been over there. I've driven by. I should have looked at it. So are those missiles coming in from Crimea that are hitting the port here?
Most of the time, yes. Sometimes there are missiles launched from the air. Okay, so that's either the Crimea region or from the air.
Okay. Next question.
Well, I see many questions about the COVID and jobs. Ukrainians were not really willing to take the jobs, to be honest, and that's what I can say. That many people didn't take it, and when it had been all over, people side with the reliefs because it's much easier. And well, I mean, now in the military it's not required, so it's all like the bygone era already. So we're not about the 2020 and 2021, then the military, I don't know. I think I have to ask about it from my colleagues, but now we are not required to, and yeah.
I'll comment very briefly on that. I've asked maybe several people, not that many. It seems split about who took the COVID vaccine and who didn't. And I will say make one other point about that, which is I traveled a lot during COVID, and it was quite difficult. At times, I came here in March 2022, shortly after the start of the war. It was quite clear upon arrival that at that point, COVID was irrelevant here. There was an existential fight going on. There were much bigger priorities than COVID once Russia launched its February 2022 invasion. That's all I have to say about that, at least for now. We'll get to these comments.
Yeah, I see many interesting questions in the chat. We'll definitely come to the chat, and I'll have a look at all of them and try to react to all of them.
Okay,
give the comment.
one, maybe we switch back and forth between the social media questions and the chat.
I'll try.
The next question I have jotted down is about Ukrainians and to what extent Ukrainians trust their government. The person asked, I would like to know if Ukrainians trust their government. I have a Ukrainian friend who said no, but maybe that changed.
Do you mean like all the time or at this very moment?
I think they mean general trust for the government, and to what extent that has changed or not during the...
In general, if we talk about general, like prior to the invasion, well, generally, no. There's like in every underdeveloped country, I mean, like in terms of democracy and in terms of the republic, the trust to the political and public institutions has always been very low. Well, after the war started, well, it somewhat increased, especially the support of the army has always been like very high, so people always trusted the army, and right now the support of the army is overwhelming. I would say that given Zelensky is still very popular, and he was popular like several years ago too when he won the election. So I would say that Zelensky as a person is still very trusted as general, given his recent ratings. Okay, they are not like that overwhelming like several years ago, but it still has more than 60% trust and support. So it's still significant given the Ukrainian reality. So in Ukrainian reality, like in any country, I guess politicians lose their preference by the public during their tenure in the office. But in general, no. In general, Ukrainians were not really supportive of the political and public institutions. I would say that some of that is still relevant today. So I would say that the parliament is not really trusted that much. So yeah.
I'll make one very quick comment on that. From my years of coming here, I've seen a widespread throw the bums out mentality. I guess that's more of an American phrase. I think that's basically what brought Zelensky to power in 2019. This attitude of people being pissed off and let's get rid of the current cast of characters who are running it. Throw the bums out. All right. I've got the chat open on the computer, which makes it a little easier to read. I see lots of comments and questions.
Let's go through those. I can tell.
If you could hold that, that would make it a little easier.
If I can use it. I'm not really used to MacBooks, so but I'm doing fine.
Yeah. We've already addressed how long will Zelensky stay in power. We've addressed, and I've got more questions.
Yeah, Chris from Wyoming. Yeah, Wyoming is a nice place to live. I guess it's somewhat it may be somewhat deserted, but I like it. Well, the Yellowstone is nearby, so it's fine. Well,
I've visited Wyoming. Definitely haven't lived there though. We spoke about Crimea.
Well, the dirty bomb Donetsk. I don't know where you even learn about it. So Donetsk is like has some regular missile, pretty accurate. I have to admit, missile strikes by the Ukrainian military. So everything. So it's definitely not dirty bombs. I don't even know where it comes from, really. Well, I get this guy called Art Vandelay, like says like he's critical. So basically, he's implying that it's Ukrainians to blame about those people who died on that beach in the Crimea. But in reality, even Russian propagandists said that even Russian pundits on some of the live stream, I mean, like not mainstream pundits, but like propagandists of lower tiers, they acknowledged it was, and even the Minister of Defense of Russia acknowledged it was the anti-air missile, which just missed the this ATACMS missile and exploded into the air, and all the shrapnel just fell to the ground, because when the anti-air missile hits nothing, it explodes, it self-destructs. So that's basically what happened. Nothing, like, no conspiracy theories here. It's very simple over there. Well, peace deal on the table. Well, there are rumors, there are speculations, but I guess I don't really have no more than you, so I guess it's nothing that I can really tell you that. But I would say that any single peace deal at this point, should it happen, because I'm not sure. Well, everyone wants to live in peace, but we don't know if Putin agrees to any specifics about the peace deal. But I would say that any peace deal is just a hold for the war, but not a complete stop.
Let me take this.
Yeah.
Next question coming from one that was submitted.
I can hold it. It's no problem. You're busy
what
already.
was submitted on social media. This is from a friend of mine who is an Orthodox deacon in the United States. His name is Henok Elias. I've done an interview or live stream with him on my channel before. And he is asking about the status of apolitical Orthodox Christians. He asks, what is the status of apolitical Orthodox Christians' access to worshiping in their own institutions? And he's asking about that in Ukraine.
You know, I cannot really say there are many apolitical people now. Because the situation is, because Ukraine is in crisis and it requires some reaction from whatever public it is. So I literally can say, well, like several years ago, I could say that many people were apolitical because they are generally like not trusting the government, not trusting the institutions, not like trusting anyone. So they were pretty much apolitical. So that, well, I know what you're implying, but I would say that I think this requires a very special report on the context. What is the Orthodox? What is the situation with the Orthodox Church in Ukraine? It's not like something that I can explain in like 2 minutes or 5 minutes. It requires separate research. But yeah. So
to interject really quickly, I actually interviewed a leader of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. And again, this is a complicated issue. Before the Ukrainian Church broke away from the Moscow Patriarchate, I believe his name is Yevstrati Zoria.
Yes.
I interviewed him years ago, I don't know, 7 years ago or something, but that was not done in a video, although I think I have an audio recording of it. But there's a written form of that interview that maybe I could find.
You'll try to find it.
It was on the Bulgaria Analytica site. Mm-hmm. But I guess just really briefly to touch on that, there was serious politicization of the Orthodox Church, and the argument from the Ukrainian Church that broke away from the Moscow run one was exactly that the church was essentially being used as an instrument of the Kremlin, that there was, going back years, and you could probably speak to it better than me, the allegations were that within the church there was a pushing of the Russian narrative about everything from the events of 2013 and 2014 on.
There are basically yeah. So they are. Could you please like switch this live chat here off, and we can read it here, because it really distracts me from Well, I would say that it's definitely requires some knowledge of the context, and to put it really briefly, you have to understand that the Russian Orthodox Church is more than just a church. Okay, so it's it's much more than the religion institution. So it's it takes like literally centuries ago in that how that like the religious institution became a state institution in Russia. It's not a big secret that there are plenty of works written on this matter, even in English, and it's not a big secret for anyone who studies the religion studies. So it's like that. So therefore, they were pushing, well, basically all the Russian messages, like starting from which that Ukrainians don't exist. So there are no Ukrainians as such. So I think that's pretty much it. And all just comes like.
But for the sake of the question, can Orthodox Christians worship freely in Ukraine, or do they have to essentially support the Ukrainian national identity and narratives in order to take part in Orthodox Church activities here?
I would say that the Orthodox Church of like local churches, they changed the eparchial affiliations. I'm sorry if I'm not like using the correct terms, because I'm not really proficient in religion studies, but it's I mean, like many churches like switching the affiliation, and even those and many churches still hasn't, and I guess even though they hasn't, people still have an opportunity to come and worship there without any real problems. Well, so that's pretty much it. But I do admit that the process is not really complicated and really not very simple.
Maybe this is something that I could get deeper into with Henok Elias when I'm back in his neck of the woods, which I believe is still Southern California. Maybe I could track down Yevstrati Zoria if he's still in Kiev. Well, but let's carry on. Let's carry on with other questions. But check out.
Just to finish up for this question, I would say that it's just the other sign of of lack of the information coming from Ukrainian source. I'm not saying that there can be some kind of state source or whatever. Just the overall topic is not very well covered in foreign languages in general. So there are plenty of materials in Russian and Ukrainian, but very few, if any, materials in English. So that's the biggest problem. So people just don't even see any kind of picture. And of course, Moscow is trying to promote their narratives about the Orthodox Church in Ukraine. So therefore, Ukraine is really outnumbered here. It is some kind of an issue, but it's something that requires some action.
I just dropped a link in the chat to Deacon Henok Elias's YouTube channel. He's got a podcast and show called The Philosophy of Art and Science. That's his channel. If you're interested, check it out. He's got lots of very interesting interviews, gets into geopolitics, arts, sciences, obviously the Orthodox Church, and a whole lot more. And hopefully Henok and I can meet up sometime again in the near future. All right, let's get back to other questions. Is there one in the chat that you like? If not, I've got another one queued up.
Well, it's not a matter of liking or disliking. I'm trying to react to everything.
So
that's my point for today's meeting.
I've got one that's going to get a reaction if you're ready for it.
Well,
let's go to this one.
I'll try to finish about the foreign countries, because I've seen it. Like the time delusional that many people won't return. I don't know. Even if they don't, they don't. That's the way it is. So I'm not saying that everyone should return or everyone should leave. Well, as long as there's an opportunity, and of course, well, some part of the society cannot leave right now, but those who want, they do leave, and those who want, they return, and we'll see the what happens after the war. So
okay, quick hitter.
Yes.
This is addressed to Ukrainians, but you can answer it personally. You could also try to present the sentiments of Ukrainians in general. Do you really like to be part of NATO? Like, would you really like to be part of NATO? And the person is saying, I'm asking you, not your government. So how about first you,
Nick? Are you asking like me personally, or on behalf of all Ukrainians?
This is not me asking. This is a question I received, and I'm saying that you can take it twofold. So first, what's your thought personally? Do you want Ukraine to join NATO?
Yes, of course. It goes without saying. Yes, of course. And I would say that the support for NATO has grown up, and it's literally, I would say that's like a common space for everyone to say about Ukraine joining NATO. So,
how common? Could you put a percentage on that?
I don't have a percentage, but the overall, the overall sentiments are pro NATO right now. So that's pretty much it. I haven't seen the figure of like some, haven't seen it really, but I would say that from what I see and hear, the support of NATO is overwhelming, but well, mostly. So
there is nationwide support. It's not just that, let's say, Western Ukraine and Kiev are overwhelmingly supportive.
Well, starting from 2022, there is no so-called Western Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, South Ukraine, and basically it's always been that way. It's completely normal to have some regional differences, because they are present in every single country in the world. I guess they are in the US, they are in Canada, they are in Germany, in France, whatever country you pick up, they will always be there. So that's it's not a big issue really.
Okay, are you ready for a provocative question?
I saw some provocative questions over here.
I've got one right here. Are you ready for it?
Okay, go for it.
Why, this came from someone on Twitter or x.com. Why do people love WW2? Why do people love World War II Nazi collaborators in Ukraine? And why should America fund that ideology?
Like who? I mean, yeah, you mean Azov, yeah, but it's like a tired subject really. I don't even need to convince someone. So if someone made up this conclusion from what is already available, I guess I won't help that, and I'm not really trying to convince anyone. I would say that there were some issues that the U.S. military aid was prohibited was restricted for everyone but Azov, but Azov now receives it, so it's no longer a big deal even for the leftists in the U.S. government. So yeah.
Well, I think the question is somewhat touching on Azov and all the allegations surrounding Azov and alleged Nazi sentiments within Azov, and then somewhat touching on what took place in Ukraine during World War II and the current views. Like, a lot of people who are critics of Ukraine call Ukrainians, or some Ukrainians, Banderites. I think the question is somewhat touching on that whole notion. I don't know if you want to touch on that at all.
You know, I would say like in that style, like, yes. Like, you know, like chat guy, yes. So yeah, because literally I have nothing to say, nothing to convince, nothing to prove, like nothing. So if the person like wants to believe this way, go for it.
Is Stepan Bandera a national hero?
Well,
in 2024.
Well, he
in the eyes of most Ukrainians.
Well, you know, he is, but in reality, is that he's not really. I mean, like now, you know, that's the situation like from several time ago. Okay, so some time ago, like supporting Bandera, supporting all this stuff was more like the anti-establishment in Ukrainian sense of things. But right now it's such a common thing that many people like don't even think about it that much. So it's more, she's just more among some other marked people within the history of Ukraine, and so we have new heroes, heroes of this war. So therefore, so I would say that the popularity itself is ordinary, like for any other historical figure, maybe a bit higher, but still.
I have no idea if this guy is in Azov, but I did run into someone the other day here in Odessa who was in the military. I don't know what part of the military, and he had a white pride shirt on and lots of tattoos. I don't know if I can be able to track him down, but possibly. I did interview a former military commander in the Azov regiment. Well, you were in the
it's brigade now, by the way. It's not regiment.
So it's now changed from regiment to brigade. Okay.
Yeah, because it's much bigger right now.
Yeah, and you were the interpreter for that interview, which you can find on my channel from back during the beginning of the war. Maybe we could revisit that.
I would say I would put it this way. I think that either Finland or Estonia have the official military patch which has swastika, by the way, so you can look it up if you want to. So it's completely legal, by the way. So just say, and it's real swastika. It's not like some kind of a variation or whatever. So it's like the swastika, but some other shape, let's say, but still. Yeah. So
okay, what question in the chat would you like to answer?
Drop many of them. I'm trying to respond to whatever I see.
All right, I see one. Hold up. How frequently are 16-year-old boys kidnapped by conscription squads?
I think that 16-year-old boys most likely not, because they cannot join even voluntarily, let's say. But yeah, I guess I would say that there were issues with the conscription. That's something that we cannot deny. And that's something that hits the support of the government and support of the system. But because this conscription system, the system of drafting people, hasn't been really worked out that well, unfortunately. Because I believe it hasn't been done because they believe that Ukraine gonna so that the war ends like much earlier than 2.5 years, so they haven't worked this out in advance, and that's the problems that we're having. Yes, and it brings some like heated discussion in the Ukrainian society. So yeah.
Touching on that really quickly, the other day I was driving by the train station in central Odessa, and there was a line of cars, and I saw military personnel in the street checking documents, and I was told that that was essentially a conscription. Maybe conscription's not the right word, but that men were having their papers checked to see what their military status should be or something like that. Would that be such a thing that's taking place in the street next to the train station in Odessa?
What exactly? I just don't get the point.
There was a line of cars stopped, kind of like you might see for a driving under the influence alcohol check in some other country, but there were soldiers standing in the street, and when the drivers would get up to the soldiers, they would have their documents checked. So was that for the purpose of potentially conscripting people?
Yeah, I think so.
That's what I was told it was for, but I
think
know
so.
For sure.
I think so. Well, I would say that to Cheeseburger, that I'm actually free to say whatever I would say. So when I say there are problems with with conscription in Ukraine, there are problems with conscription with Ukraine. It's all around Ukrainian media, Ukrainian social media, so it's not really a big problem. I would say that we have even like, just try to get me right. I'm definitely pro freedom of speech, but I would say that in our reality we have even too much of that for the war, because during the wartime, because Russian propaganda just wedges in without really without real problems, so like easily, like hot knife in the butter, so like that. So I would say yes, and democracy doesn't go freedom, and democratic doesn't go free. I would agree with that. It is like, it requires some discussion, but overall, yeah. Yeah, so question for Nick. Do you think Boris Johnson was involved in negotiations per Putin statements in Carlson interview? Well, and what my take, and have I seen the interview and what I did to make it? Well, I haven't seen it. Yeah, but I've heard it a lot because it's all around the world's media. So of course, I've seen the highlights.
I think for those who aren't aware, we need to recap a little bit about what may or may have taken place, so people have the context.
Yeah, the context is that in this February, I believe, Tucker Carlson took an interview with Vladimir Putin, and this interview went viral, and there were some very interesting statements. But overall,
well, the allegation about Boris Johnson, I just want to say it's come from a lot of places, different places.
Yeah, I know the context. I'll try to answer it. Well, my take of that interview that is in reality that I think that the whole world through Tucker Carlson saw how insane Putin really is. Just look at the way he talks. He talks like this. He talks like this. He's just explaining like this. So sane people do not behave like that, regardless of what you think about the politics, etc. He was just, this guy is literally insane. And Carlson even, and you can see the look on Carlson's face during this interview. It says it all. You're not really even required to watch the interview. You just can see look at his look of this face and make some conclusions to it. So that's the main take, because all the other is I mean, like everything he said, and that was bullshit that I've heard from Putin like a million times before. So it's not a big news for me. Well, I mean, like, I think there were some. They tried to have some kind of negotiation that time, but all the details are in the media right now, so you can like find them for yourselves. Basically, Putin wanted to accept the Ukrainian capitulation and all that. So, and of course, no one agreed for that. And as we can see, it's the way it was.
Let me reframe that slightly. So the allegation is that the Ukrainian government was going to accept a deal with Putin early in the deal with Russia, early in the war, to end the war. But Boris Johnson, possibly upon orders from the United States government, came in, interjected, stopped that from taking place. So now let me reframe it somewhat. Do you think Ukrainian society would have accepted whatever deal supposedly was on the table back then, which you refer to as capitulation?
I'm not referring to capitulation. It's just fact. Just read what Putin wanted in this deal, and you will see this basically capitulation. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, really quickly, what did he want?
Well, he wanted that Ukraine doesn't join the EU and NATO, that Ukrainian armed forces reduced to like 30,000 men without any Western weaponry, and domestic and some other domestic political demands about that. And of course, the occupied territories will remain Russian. So that's basically pretty much it.
And what would most Ukrainians think of those terms?
I guess, as far as I can tell, no one agreed that time, and no one agrees it now. I mean, like any similar kind of deal. I would say that Ukrainians definitely want to much more, I'd say, just a peace deal rather than that. Well, and I would say apart from the speculation that we've seen before, there is nothing but to talk about because there are only rumors. So yeah, and for the people who say that Boris Johnson takes orders from the U.S. government, I guess those people don't understand how the British politics work, because given how British is obsessed with sovereignty, their domestic sovereignty, and it's really, I mean, like, it doesn't make sense in any way, regardless of what the situation is. That's more than I'd say.
I think there was a question on fishing. Something about fishing and the water being contaminated, or do you see another question you want to hit right now?
Take the jab. Well,
we already spoke about the vaccine. Can we agree neither Russia or Ukraine are as bad as the Taliban rollerbladers? That's a bit of a troll question.
Yeah, people are dropping D everywhere, and the authority says we don't know why. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Could you please clarify this? How's the fishing? Yeah, I guess this guy is trying to troll.
Can you touch on the fishing as I scroll through this?
Well, I mean,
how is the fishing?
I don't know. I don't do fishing, but some of my colleagues at my unit are doing that on the Desna River, without any problems. So that's pretty much all that I can say. And I see some people fishing down here in the pier near at the sea. So I guess it is possible, but I've never tried fishing, and it's not really my thing. So I don't know. Don't know more than that.
All right. The actual question was, can people still fish the reactors? I guess near the reactors. I don't know if you're talking about nuclear reactors or what, but this.
Yeah,
I don't think this stream's going to be all about fishing. Thoughts on the attack on Russian beach civil? We already addressed that.
I've already addressed that.
That was the attack about a week ago. Okay, Romika Annabelle, just wanted to ask: are there Russian tourists, and how are they being treated by the Ukrainians? Are there Russian tourists in Ukraine right now?
I guess not, because they are not. Well, I would say that they are. Technically, they are allowed to enter by getting a visa and getting the permit, but in reality, it is not possible because the Ukrainian embassy doesn't work in Moscow anymore. Well, at least for now, and even abroad. So you need. But there are some Russians here in Ukraine, some dissidents, some people who are fighting. By the way, because there are many Russians fighting with Ukraine against Putin. So if Russian,
he's only got 9 people watching, so they don't have many questions to pull from.
Some kind of special permission to enter. So that's the way. So, but there are no Russian tourists now in Ukraine. I can say that for sure.
I will ask a follow-up on that. I know from experience speaking with many Ukrainians that many Ukrainians had or continue to have relatives in Russia. To what extent has that been the case, or have Ukrainians living in Russia flocked back to Ukraine?
I would say that most of the time there was some kind of separation, so the family got split, and it's more than a common case. There is even a documentary by the Russian opposition journalist Andrei Loshak about this very issue. I think it may be available somewhere in the. Well, it is on YouTube, of course, but it is in Russian, so I guess it may have some subtitles for the foreign audience. That I'm not sure about that. But anyway, this topic is real, and it was researched somehow, and yeah. So generally, there is a split, and I guess there will be. I mean, even people who had some relations, that were somehow related to Ukraine, they either have to leave Russia or probably get assimilated pretty quickly. I mean, assimilated in the political sense of the words, but ethnic as well, by the way. So. Like that.
I was interviewing someone at the beginning of the war who was sheltering in a metro station in Kiev about the issue of actually multiple members of that family who were sheltering in a metro station in Kiev and talking about relatives in Russia and how disgruntled they were, and it was causing causing problems in the family. I think I might have heard that story from more than one person or family. Patrick Mate Me a Q writes, Patrick Lancaster is an embedded journalist with Russian troops on YouTube. Are you familiar? Yes, I'm familiar. I haven't watched that many of his videos, but I have seen some. He is a pro-Russian journalist who's been, I believe, in Donetsk, living in Donetsk or whatever, on the other side of the front. And I know he's done a lot of on-the-ground reporting there. I haven't seen most of it. I've seen a little of it. Any estimate on number of Ukrainians who have expired? I guess that's a polite way of asking about casualties.
I discussed this topic on during the radio broadcast on the radio station that Josh organized me a meeting with.
I'm going to throw a link to that in the chat.
I named that I would put it this way, the figures, the range of figures of Russian losses is given from various sources is pretty realistic, and I would say that Ukrainians, I would say that Ukrainian losses are around 100,000, like within the 2.5 years. I think this figure is realistic. It's very close to reality.
Sorry, I'm trying to throw the link. Can you say that one more time? What did you say is the realistic figure?
I mean the realistic figure of, the realistic estimate of Ukrainian losses, like casualty, like the KIAs, is I believe it's slightly more than 100,000 people. I think
probably there are people in the chat. I see one saying more like 600,000. So who is completely wrong?
I don't know.
Or is it in the middle of this 100,000 and 600,000?
Oh, well,
not that it's a laughing matter.
Given the overall number of manpower is around 1 million right now in the army. I mean, like all the branches of the military. Given it's just 1 million from various estimations, and given the number of Ukrainian army pre-2022 was like 300,000, it definitely doesn't seem realistic, because we have when you have losses like that, it literally cannot be concealed. Even in Russia, it cannot be concealed, because in Russia, by the way, it's almost nearing that number, by the way. So, and you can.
Okay, so that was exactly what I was about to ask you.
Well, I guess perhaps this guy was talking about the Russian losses, I guess, because I mean, like 600,000 is perhaps too much even for Russians, but with the way how they are waging this war, it's can happen like one day.
Okay, so how many Russians, or how many troops on the Russian side estimate do you believe have been killed so far in the war?
I mean, the figures provided by the British intelligence, by the some other sources, and given the losses of equipment and vehicles provided by Oryx, which Oryx is literally the best source and the best source of verifiable losses of both Ukrainian and Russian equipment and vehicles. I guess the estimates that were provided by various sources, including the Ukrainian government, are pretty realistic. So it's approximately 500,000 of people either dead or badly injured. Too badly injured to continue the fighting. So, given the Russian population, given the Russian the number of Russian manpower at 2020, at the period of 2022, and now it's this figure is realistic as well. But you can find lots of data on this matter in the internet. So you're interested in Ukrainian losses. Well, my estimate is 100,000 or slightly more. I guess slightly more is realistic, given the very critical situation, especially for the situation within the late fall and winter of this year due to the delay with the U.S. military aid. So yeah.
I put the link in the chat to your interview the other day. Well, I thought I did, with Karen Veely of Calcos News, a radio interview in the U.S.
Yeah, it's
unfortunately, it looks like the podcast is not yet up. Maybe they're just lagging putting the podcast up, but it should probably be up within a day or two. Or maybe it's somewhere else on that website, kprl.com. But I put that link about your interview in the chat. Clearly, we have some disagreement in the chat about these numbers. Nonetheless, I'll read Cheeseburger's comment, which is
Cheeseburger is no best troll.
Cheeseburger says both sides losing so many people, it's inhumane. Put the rocks down. That's Cheeseburger's comment. I don't know if you want to reply to that.
I'd love to, and many Ukrainians would love to, but talk about the other side. They are not willing to. That's the point why all the people who want to somehow have some kind of negotiations or peace deal with Putin, something that they don't take into account. Does Putin want to put how is said, like put the rocks down? I don't know. From what it is, he doesn't want. He goes to various countries, agrees on some military supplies. So he's about to wage war as far as the manpower goes and the equipment goes, because manpower has never been the strong consideration point for Russian throughout its history. So, well, especially for the last 100 years, because in Russian Empire we could debate on that, because in Russian Empire there were some highly capable generals and field marshals who could fight well, but it's not like it's not something that in Soviet Union and the legacy school of thought of that matter. But still.
Mate Nia Q, I see your comments and question. I'll get to them shortly. First, what you're just hitting on was somewhat of a segue into a follow-up. I wanted to ask follow-up to previous questions or comments, which is that, let's say there is a peace deal. I don't really see one happening right away. But let's say there is one. Then, in your mind, does Putin and do Putin and the Russians use that to regroup, to prepare for the next phase of the war, as many have alleged, or could there actually be an upcoming peace deal that ends this war once and for all?
I guess the first option is correct, because that's basically what happened since 2015. That's basically what happened. So they have enough time, enough years to prepare and to try to use as maximum political influence on Ukrainian situation in Ukraine. I mean, and around Ukraine most of all, to get an advantage and achieve their goals of, but basically because goal of Russia is destroying Ukraine and other Soviet republics which are not in NATO. I mean, like, because Baltic countries obviously are out of this, but all the other countries, because in Moscow they never recognized their independence for real. They never recognized their cultures and their history for real. Regardless of what you think about their politicians, regardless of what you think about their history, that's just the way it works. Putin wants a new great Soviet empire, the way it was pre-1991. Of course, with some exceptions, because the Baltic states joined NATO. That's why he hates NATO and doesn't want any other countries joining NATO, because he understands that in this case he can't really attack those countries. Well, at least for now, because at least for now he's not really ready for fighting NATO. But who knows what happens in the future? Where I cannot be sure about that all the time. But for the time being, he's not ready for fighting NATO countries. And you were asking about the
Actually, you just answered my next question. I was going to ask about a potential Russian, let's just call it incursion in the Baltic states, or or direct conflict with NATO. But you seem to have already answered
we may speculate that the biggest that even if Russia agrees to makes a decision of having some starting conflict with NATO, of course blaming NATO for starting the conflict usually, but if they want to, they I think that as speculated, it may have some format of either irregular paramilitary means, like it was in 2014 in Ukraine, or I guess it may have a form of foreign intelligence interference, maybe like propaganda interference, which they are trying to all the time, but it may have some much bigger scale in the future. But I guess directly at the moment, no.
Okay, interesting question, timely question from Mate Nia Q. Trump said in the debate, referencing the Trump-Biden debate that took place just a couple days ago, Trump said in the debate, if elected, he will end it, meaning the war. He will end it before inauguration. Do you believe that?
I just don't know. I'd like to know how, and because he doesn't say, he doesn't say how. He says that like I can and I will, but no one knows how, because all he wants like elect me, just like elect me, and I will say afterwards. But that's therefore everyone can only speculate. That's it.
Something was.
I wonder how.
Something was reported. I forget by which media organization, maybe more than one, that there were leaks coming out of the Trump camp. So take this as you may. Might be complete BS. Might not be. But in this reporting, and I'm sorry to remember whose reporting it was, they were suggesting that the plan, or Trump's plan, would be to pressure Ukraine by threatening to completely withhold weapons and military aid, and to simultaneously pressure Russia by threatening to give Ukraine all of the military aid it needs to overwhelm Russia and to easily win the war. So does that make any sense? Could that potentially work?
I don't know. Given it is some kind of leak, I guess it's not. If these,
and maybe not an accurate leak. I don't know.
Well, if these leaks are, let's say, accurate, and I guess it's more. I guess it's not. It's a leak of not a decision, but rather the internal discussion within the among the Republican sponsors, Republican activists. I mean, like top ranking. So for now, it's speculation too. So we don't know. I mean, yeah. But still, the biggest point is how they all are going to make Putin agree to some kind of peace deal. Because I think at this point he's somewhat beyond. Well, I wouldn't say he's beyond rationality. He's pretty rational, but he's really stubborn on his goals, and his goals is to let him stay with what he's told. So that's pretty much it.
Mate Nia Q was also asking earlier about a very pro-Russian commentator, an American, Scott Ritter. I think you know who Scott Ritter is. You must.
Yeah, I guess so.
You have. Well, the question was, do you watch Scott Ritter, U.S. journalist? I believe he works for RT, or did work for RT.
No, I don't. I don't.
Okay, well, I've seen a lot of his stuff, but let's leave it at that. I will hand you the chat very shortly. I just know, I think they all came from Mate Nia Q, maybe not. There are all these comments about Israel. So I've explained this in the past. First and foremost, I'm in Ukraine right now. I'm not in Israel, so I'm not here to talk about Israel, although there are various military ties between countries, and in that sense, maybe there is some worth in speaking about Israel. But I'm not here to talk about the situation in Israel and the Middle East. But if you're not aware, if you haven't heard this from me in the past, it's pretty freaking obvious by my nose and last name. I'm Jewish. You might not be aware that I have family in Israel. When it comes to that conflict, I have a dog in the fight. So I treat it differently than I do other conflicts and other geopolitical affairs. And I don't do a whole lot of reporting and commentary when it comes to Israeli-Palestinian issues. At times in the past, I've chimed in a little bit, but I try to, if anything, tone down the rhetoric a little bit. But I'm not here to talk about Israel and Gaza and is Damascus next, or what's going to happen with Lebanon. So that's all I've got to say about that, unless you're asking questions particularly pertaining to Israeli-Ukrainian ties or how Israel and Iran factor into the situation in the war here. That's all I've got to say about that.
But you, in this case, yeah, you better to be specific. I'd like to talk about Ukrainian-related issues rather than the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's somewhat off topic to our discussion. I mean, like, I guess I get it because we allowed you and really appreciate all your questions and all your commentary. But you know, it's somewhat. I mean, like, it's somewhat off topic to the main deal. Yes, but so I don't know if you.
Okay, well, let's get back to questions that are on topic or comment. Crackshot Crackshot 322 says Eastern Ukraine is historically Russian. I'm gonna give you the floor to react to this in entirety. Eastern Ukraine is historically Russian. The USSR fell apart and the former Soviet state turned into Ukraine. Part is Polish and part is Russian. The middle is Ukraine. Your reaction, Nick?
My reaction would be somewhat rude, perhaps, but
be my guest. You want to be rude? Go for it.
But just learn history. That's all I can say, because it's really like it's the Putin level history. Just try better. I think you'll succeed in that.
Okay, so be it. That is that's responding to that.
I mean, like
having all.
not like the statement is definitely not. Well, okay. Let's put it this way, okay? Just I just want to read it real carefully. Well, okay, even if it is like historical Russian, fine. Okay, let's presume it is. The USSR fell apart. Well, it's fact. And the former Soviet state turned to Ukraine. Yes, it is. But the Ukrainian state was recognized by Russia back in 1991, and Ukraine and Russia, like the post-Soviet Russia, has recognized all the Ukrainian borders, recognized all Ukrainian territory, recognized everything. Just even took the nuclear weapons back because they were always have been Soviet, and Russia, given this legacy Soviet state, they decided to take them back. That's fine. So therefore, regardless of what you think about history, regardless of what you think about it, so it doesn't change the fact that the matter of fact that this war is illegal and unfair in every single way, especially for a post World War II situation when all the countries try to deal with the territorial dispute and political dispute and ethnic dispute in more civilized fashion. That's what I try to say. So even if we take all this for granted, this doesn't allow Russia to start war. Okay, it just doesn't. That's so, and all that other is speculation, really.
Crackshot followed up saying, "Speak about Azov." We spoke about Azov earlier.
And we spoke about Azov like 2 years ago, and there was an interview, so you can check that out.
Yeah, and I said, I don't know, maybe we could, in the near future, revisit that interview from a couple years ago, but not right now in Odessa. Someone was, alluding to Timbuktu, nice name, alluding to Timbuktu's question. Will someone in Moscow call in an airstrike to take us out sitting here on this bench next to the Black Sea in Odessa?
Why?
I'm asking that somewhat sarcastically.
Yeah,
Timbuktu's asking, or doesn't having all those lights on make you a target?
I would say that perhaps not, because it doesn't, because we need lights for our everyday life. But I would say that Ukraine, the overall brightness of Ukraine and the brightness of the cities during the, well, as seen from space, is definitely decreased since 2022. So
is it worth it for Russia to use a drone or missile to eliminate the two of us right now?
Well, I guess not. We're not the very important target for them right now.
Again, I was asking that somewhat sarcastically. I would agree with your analysis. Earlier, Mate Nia Q was asking about someone's relationship. Whose relationship with whom were you asking?
I'd like to react this, because Crackshot322 is a news commentator. So he's saying about, be careful, George lost fascists in Ukraine. I could say that comparing to some other European countries today in this time, or even downtown LA with constant pro-Palestine demonstrations, I guess George is much safer here because we don't have that here. So I guess in this respect, he's well, at least in this issue, he's definitely safer here than elsewhere. I mean, in many countries.
Now you're trying to get me to speak about that conflict.
No,
I don't want to get into what's happening in LA right now. That could be another.
I'm not trying. I would like to say that here in Ukraine we don't have like pro-Palestinian marches. So
well, let me ask a follow-up to that.
Yes.
Are there any protests nowadays in Ukraine? There have been many large protests in this country in the past.
I'll say yes, because I would say yes, there are protests. Because they are not of Maidan level, but still there are some protests. So for various reasons, and although they are not really allowed by the martial law, but people still gather. People still have some banners. People still have some shouting. So
can you give an example of one or two things people protest about nowadays?
There were plenty of protests. I mean, like, it's not protests, like a reminder for the Ukrainian government that there are many.
Yeah, we're frozen on the hotspot.
Yeah, we are. I guess we just check it.
We're still live. If anyone sees, if anyone's having any trouble with viewing us, I'm turning the chat back on the phone.
Yeah, please tell
Let us know if you're having any trouble viewing us. But continue, please.
Yeah, what I'm saying is there were some demonstrations preached like some time ago about for reminding the Ukrainian government that there are many people still as prisoners of war during the, in Russian camps they were captured in like beginning of 2022, and they are still not at home, and they happened all the time regularly, both in Kiev, in Odessa, in any other countries. Just for a reminder to put those people on the priority, because they are long-term prisoners already. And also there were some local government issues, that there are some issues with the infrastructure, some issues with but yeah, I don't have that in mind, because honestly I mean, like, there are so many very important vital news that I don't really pay much attention to that. But overall, people still have some opportunity to voice their concern, voice their protest, and protest against something they do not like how the system works. So that's yeah.
Thank you for those commenters. You're saying you can still see us. What I was alluding to is that we have the computer using the hotspot connection to the phone pulled up, where we've been reading the chat, and unfortunately that froze. But I'm glad to see that we're not frozen, the stream is not frozen. So I've reopened the chat on the phone. Mate Nia Q asks, can't Russia take Ukraine?
Well, I guess at the moment they can't. That's and as a proof to that is that we are sitting with Josh right here in relative safety. I guess that makes the point. And Kenny PP asks, when are the F-16 fighter jets going to be in combat for Ukraine? I think there's something that you could. I don't know more than you can find it in the media, but some say about by the end of this summer, but some say by the end of the year. But I guess this year is a safe bet.
Okay, Timbuktu asks, is Ukraine drafting grandma and grandpa?
That's well, there is. I guess we have some connectivity issues.
We're going off the phone, not the computer. Is Ukraine drafting grandma and grandpa? If that question needs elaborating, I could reframe it.
Yeah, I get it. So about drafting the older people. Well, there is the upper boundary of the age, which is like 60, around 60. I honestly don't remember that for certain, but yeah, I would say that even the average age of the people drafted is around like 40 years old, because there are many. Well, first of all, because due to the demographics, the older people are more like 40 plus people rather than younger people. Okay, and yeah, so they are really drafted and on common terms, and yeah.
How is that average conscription age impacting the Ukrainian military?
Well, depending on where you get assigned to and where you are deployed, in combat situations, I would say that the age is a factor, and given that many 40 plus people are often not in their best physical shape, it brings some additional problems. But shape is something that can be like achieved in shorter time if properly motivated. So yeah, but yeah, it is an issue. Yes, I would say. I would say Russia deals no better in this matter. They have the same issue, by the way. So just saying.
Revisiting the previous question about could Russia take Ukraine, and you responded that we're sitting here. Since I was last in Ukraine, which was December 2022, it's been a year and a half. How much territory has Russia taken since then?
I would say that thanks to the guys who didn't want to help Ukraine, Ukraine lost some territory this year due to the constant, like 2-year-long assault in the eastern Ukraine. So Ukraine lost Avdiivka, Ukraine lost some other, well, not so significant places, but still. So Ukraine still lost some territory, but not critically, to be honest. But that's pretty much it. So even in this large-scale skirmish in Kharkiv region, which started 2 months ago, is like reached this dead-end point, and there's no significant advancement over there. Even Ukrainian forces are actually advancing in that region, so they are planning to cut the Russian troops from key logistics points, from key places, and probably to set the complete control of Vovchansk, or basically what is left from Vovchansk, because Vovchansk is completely destroyed during this battle, by the way. So yeah, I would say it's not critical, but yes, Ukraine lost some territory.
There had been a lot of talk about something you and I had discussed when I was in Chernihiv in December 2022, which was a potential Russian re-invasion from the north, or a new potential, which some people thought was going to manifest around this Kharkiv situation a couple months back. You're still stationed up in Chernihiv.
Yes.
It's not right by Kharkiv, but
yes, It is in the north, yes.
Like, what chance is there of a new Russian offensive into northern Ukraine?
For now, it's very slim. So for now, it's relatively low probability, and it's not really a thing, because it has been implied that if Russia succeeds in Kharkiv region, they may attempt the same thing in Sumy and Chernihiv regions, in neighboring regions of Kharkiv. But apparently, as they are stuck and a tie-in situation in Kharkiv region, so they are basically have no resources to have any other even small-scale assault in the north. At the same time, we have some commando activity, shall I say, that some small groups are trying to get into to do some like behind the lines operations, special operations, but that's pretty much it. So no full-scale invasion for now.
Switching back to the south, so right after, and I'll get back to your questions in chat momentarily. Right after I left Kharkiv, excuse me, I haven't been to Kharkiv since 2019, I guess, before the war, before COVID. I need to pay a visit to Kharkiv. But right after I left Chernihiv a year and a half ago, I came back down here in the south, and then I ventured into Kherson. And that was right after Ukraine recaptured Kherson. Since then, I don't see any Russian advances in the south. Have there been Russian advances in the south?
No, at the moment, no.
So I guess that's some context for those who are concerned that Odessa, for instance, is at risk right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, that no advancement in the south. There's also no way to have a naval operation and any kind of sea operation, especially given that how many ships they have already lost. And by the way, it's pretty much it's really impressive, given that Ukraine doesn't have any significant navy, to be honest. But much of that fleet had to be moved from Sevastopol to Novorossiysk and even to the occupied Abkhazia because of the sea drones and the missiles. Yes.
And you're speaking on the successful Ukrainian attacks on the Black Sea Fleet in Crimea, which I guess we could have brought up earlier when we were discussing Crimea. I want to get back to the questions, but hit this point, whatever it is that you want to say.
So what I'm trying to say is, given all this, the sea attack on Odessa and land attack on Odessa are unrealistic at this point. They are almost impossible. Even low-tier Russian propagandist bloggers, they admit that, and they are very, very upset about it. They are not able to capture Odessa because Odessa is completely because Odessa is very, very far away, and they have nothing to do with that.
I see crack shot.
I need.
It's not working. It's kaput. We're gonna try on the phone. We gotta forget the computer.
Really,
I understand, but I'm trying on the phone. The connection on the computer is kaput. I'll relay to you what people are asking. So mate, hold on a second. Mate NeoQ, I caught this much. Mate NeoQ and Crackshot they view what happened in Crimea, the ATACMS attack a week ago. They view it much differently than you. So Crackshot asks, do you support Zelensky in using cluster bombs on a civilian population in Crimea? Mate NeoQ then replies, I asked that, no answer. Actually, we did discuss this. Do you want to discuss it again?
Actually, there was answer, and I don't want to reiterate it once again. But basically, what happened is the Russian anti-air missile that tried to intercept from Panzer or either Panzer or Tor SAM system tried to intercept the ATACMS missile. ATACMS is the tactical ballistic missile. They tried to intercept it, but they failed to do so. And They launched the missile, the SAM missile, and when SAM missiles misses the target, it self-destructs within some time. So therefore, so that was just self-destruct. And even Russian Ministry of Defense, officially, by the way, they confirmed it that this was there was a attack on their SAM system. So basically, this ATACMS missile tried to hit their entire defense, which was located over there, and so they tried to intercept this missile, and they failed to do so. I would like to say that it's just very difficult to. Well, it sounds very convenient. It's just facts, so you can just fact check it if you want, but or believe whatever you want to believe. I'm not here to convince anyone. I'm just saying the way it is.
Okay.
If I don't know if I don't know something, I say I don't know. If I'm sure about something, I'm telling about something for sure. Yes.
Tonight, San Francisco is glowing with pride.
A rainbow light display is illuminating Market Street tonight and will for the next 3 nights. 20 lasers are projecting color down the entire 4-mile stretch in what organizers are calling the world's largest pride flag. Good evening, I'm Amma Dates.
And I'm Julian Glover. We're just 2 days away from San Francisco Pride, and you can see that countdown at the bottom of your screen.
San Francisco's Civic Center is being transformed into an event hub for the weekend. And today at City Hall, there were more than 200 weddings celebrating marriage equality.
But we begin tonight at Dolores Park with a powerful display at a time when transgender rights are under attack in much of the country. ABC 7 News reporter Ryan Curry takes us to the 20th annual Trans March.
It's right to make noise, not just for Trans Pride, but because this event has hit a milestone. It's the 20th anniversary of the Trans March in San Francisco.
As a fellow trans person, it means a lot because you can see, older trans folk, younger trans folk, and we're all gathered in one place.
All the beautiful people.
Umbrella of unity.
On the Friday ahead of Pride weekend, it's all about embracing who you are.
11 years ago, I came here, and it convinced me that I should be myself. And I've been coming here ever since.
Thousands showed up at Dolores Park, where there was live music, dancing, and trans and pride flags waving high in the air. Shortly after, that crowd gathered next to the park, hoisting a giant trans flag and began marching into the heart of the city. Many say San Francisco is proud to be a haven for the trans community.
We offer a model of how places ought to be embracing difference and helping folks out where they need help and lifting them up and helping them to achieve as well.
March organizers say this is one of the largest trans events in the entire world.
This is the 20th anniversary, and it's so great to see so many people congregated here. Just like I said, just being themselves and opening themselves up to the experience and being here in public.
They say it started with an anonymous email sent to several community activists. One email, and now 20 years later, it is one of the biggest events in a city known for celebrating pride.
There is a place that sees them and celebrates them, and if you can't make it work in wherever you are, you can come here.
To see my fellow trans siblings of all varieties, again, in one place under the same general, positive banner.
A positive banner that will be up for the rest of the weekend. In San Francisco, Ryan Curry, ABC 7 News.
Dude, back in my day, we used to call those freaks, and they didn't have to act like they were another sex. They were like, hey, look at this freak. I used to hang out with the freaks. I might even be considered a freak at one point. But tranny? They want to be called trannies? They want people to think they cut their penis off? Bro. Why do freaks get so freaky?
First smelled like gas, and it smelled like feces, and then it smelled like death.
Now remember, when we open this is something that we're never going to be able to unsee. Is it a bloodbath in there?
On May 22, 2019, police in Sturgis, Michigan listened to an anonymous 911 caller read them an address. Inside this home, the caller explained, they would find the missing 42-year-old Kelly Jean Warner Miller. Little did authorities know that single phone call would launch the most shocking investigation of their careers, one that required uncovering secret after haunting secret, all buried within an exceptionally twisted and sadistic mind. The following footage has never been seen before. When Kelly Jean, known as KJ, went missing in April 2019, no red flags went up. There were no frantic phone calls to 911 and no weary search parties. But it wasn't because KJ wasn't loved. The trouble was that her lifestyle was transient. She was estranged from her family and had untreated mental health struggles. This meant that sometimes long periods of absence were the norm for KJ. So when police received a 911 call sending them to an address to look for her, and officers found themselves standing on the doorstep of an ordinary-looking apartment, it was hard to believe the call was even real. After all, this wasn't the kind of thing one saw in the small town of Sturgis, Michigan. But there was only one way to find out.
She said inside on the left. Hi, Wade.
Hey, Wade. How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good.
I remember you from the Speedway.
Yeah. What are you up to now?
Not much.
Answering the door is 35-year-old Wade Allen.
We're looking for Kimberly.
Kelly?
Or Kelly.
You know Kelly?
Kimberly or Kelly?
From the shelter, maybe?
KJ?
KJ?
Yeah.
At first, Wade seems confused, and for good reason. It's close to midnight, and he's been startled awake by several armed officers knocking on his door. Wade recently came to live in this apartment after a period of homelessness, and KJ was an acquaintance from a shelter he frequented in Kalamazoo.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't heard from that person in some months.
Do you know her?
Hey, why does she eat anything?
I haven't heard from her in a while. The last time I've seen her is
weird.
A couple months, and last I heard she's in Kalamazoo. I think the best
like the
way
dry
for
food,
me
I guess.
to get a hold of her is through the shelter.
The eerie atmosphere is palpable. With a call like this, officers can't simply take Wade's words as fact. They need to confirm what, if anything, is behind his front door.
Well, we just need to talk to her.
Oh, well,
do you mind if we come and look, see if make sure she's not here?
I could tell you she's not. I mean,
According to Wade, he and KJ had lost touch recently after she suddenly stopped responding to his Facebook messages.
As far as here, I don't like just... My place is a mess, and I don't like just people coming and going all the time.
We don't care. We see all sorts of apartments and homes and...
Well,
all we gotta do is verify she's not here, and then we can get out of here and be done with it.
I don't know. I feel iffy. If you guys want to come by another time, just not right now. Let me at least have a day where I can clean up and do things.
Okay. Well, here's the deal, Wade. If we gotta get a search warrant, we will. All right.
Okay.
We don't want to go that route.
I know.
That's a lot of work for all of us, including you. So, if we gotta do that, we're gonna have to detain you and put you in the car for a little while. All right, until we get that search warrant. It'll take a couple hours. If she's in there, can you just have her come out and say I'm fine?
Well, she's not though. That's the thing. Like, I mean, I can open up and I'll say, "Hey, KJ, Kelly," and there's no Kelly or KJ.
You mind if I just stand here and look in?
You can. I mean, I don't have her here.
Okay.
Eventually, Wade agrees to let one officer, one he's met in the past, search his apartment.
Do you want if it's just one of you then?
One of us is fine.
Do you want to come in?
I'll go in, Wade. Thank you.
I know you know me enough. Like,
yeah, I just.
It's not much, but I don't have. I mean, I got my friend's sunglasses here, but not much of anything. And then I got all this. This is my bedroom. You see? Now here, I had her suitcase from when she was here. Just me, and if I do have a guest, I have a bed.
As Wade guides the officers through his home, nothing in particular is jumping out. But just as it seems the search is coming to a close, one thing catches the officer's eye.
I don't have anyone here.
Okay.
I just
all right, man.
Myself.
What's in the cooler?
Oh, that's for when the summer comes around. I'm going to have parties and stuff, so.
All right, no problem. Can you open that for me, and then we'll get out of here?
Well, not right now, I can't. Like, I mean, I want to save that for later.
Okay.
For when the summer gets here, so. But I showed you, she hasn't been here in forever.
Okay. Well, why don't you just open that cooler, and we'll get out of here. I just want to make sure anywhere that she could be hiding.
She's not going to be hiding.
Well, okay. I just need to know that, okay?
No, I mean, I can help you out there, but I've shown you everything.
Okay.
Wade seems eager to end the search and get back to bed, but his strangely evasive behavior is only working against him.
All right.
You want to open that cooler for me?
Well,
can you open the fridge for me? Make sure she's not hiding in there?
There's no point in the fridge either. Like, I mean, it's just food and stuff.
I understand.
You know?
All right. Why don't you throw your shoes on real quick?
Well, I helped you out. I showed
you. You did partially, but do you have shoes you can throw on real quick?
Yeah, a little bit. But here, I'll help you. You know.
Okay, I'll help you out. Go on out.
Well, I gotta
you're detained right now, okay? Go on out.
I'm detained?
You're detained. Right. Walk out there.
As the walls seem to close in on Wade, he's forced to make a decision. He can stick to his guns or prove to the police that they really have nothing to worry about.
You said let me get my shoes on.
You're not going to get them on now. I'm giving you the opportunity to walk out there. Do it now. You got anything illegal on you?
No, I don't.
Okay, put your hands behind your back.
You got a knife or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Why don't you turn around against the wall real slowly.
Being detained, I'm just
want the opportunity to look the rest of the way through the apartment, okay?
Well, I showed you everything. Here, let me.
Do you want to show me?
I will. I showed you everything.
Why don't you walk back in there and show me then?
But I did. You see?
Can I look in that fridge?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's something.
Okay. I see she's not in there.
What do you want to be in the fridge?
I understand that, but we got to look. We found people in some crazy places.
With no sign of KJ, Wade makes no attempt to hide his frustration with police.
What do you want to have to hide?
Well, I don't know her. I don't know anything about her. I don't know if she's hiding from the law or hiding from her family or what she's doing.
Well, I don't think she would.
I just want to verify, okay? Can I look in that cooler over there?
That's kind of, like I said, later on and summer stuff, but I'm trying to keep my stuff kind of private, you know?
Well, that's fine. All I want to do is open it, say, KJ, you in there, and then close it right back up, and I'll get out of here. You'll be out of handcuffs, and we'll be gone.
Well, let's have a warrant for the rest of this, and I'll just get detained. I don't understand why all this.
Seemingly confused at the invasion of his personal space, Wade agrees to wait it out while officers request a search warrant.
Why don't you just have a seat right there?
Well, do you mind if I wait out here? I mean...
No, I got to type up a search warrant. But at this point, I'm suspicious that she is in there.
Why?
So, because you won't let me look in that cooler or any other big boxes in there. I didn't see anything else I need to look through, but that big cooler, I have no idea what size she is. If she's a little person, you could probably put 2 of her in that cooler. That cooler was that big. So basically, I was going to make sure she's not hidden in there. It took you a little while to answer your door, so I don't know if she was.
The reason why I took a while is because I had to get dressed.
Okay. Then I understand that if you were in bed, yeah. But in the meantime, you could have been telling somebody to go hide in the cooler. I don't know. She's not in trouble. We just have a job to do.
As officers repeatedly ask Wade to wait in the cruiser, he does everything he can think of to avoid the back seat.
I actually like to stay out here if that's okay.
Well, we can't.
Sit right here if that's okay.
You can sit long ways across the seat, but you got to get all the way in. You want to put your back towards the other door, you can, or whatever's more comfortable for you.
Once Wade finally gets settled, officers catch up a few feet away, and they're quick to voice concerns.
Oh, he's trying to steer me away from this big old cooler that's in the corner of his living room. It's a big, huge green cooler, and he's got boxer stuff on top of it.
Meanwhile, a somewhat cooperative Wade is still squirming in the back of the squad car.
I feel claustrophobic.
Okay.
I really am.
Well, all right, we'll head back there, okay? We'll put you...
I'm really feeling claustrophobic right now.
Okay. Well, we could end this all. You could take me in there and let me look around more, or we can... I've got to take you back and put you in a cell while I'm doing the search warrant. So.
All right, well, let me go back then.
As Wade silently leads the officer back to his apartment, a strange energy hangs heavy in the air.
All I'm concerned about is any closets or any coolers.
Like I said, just in here, watch.
Okay. Can I pop it open and just take a peek?
Well, yeah, if you want.
Okay. Why don't you step back for a second?
Okay.
What's in there?
Just stuff.
Okay. All right, let's head out here. Head out here.
Everything's good now.
Yep, everything's good.
I showed you everything?
Yep. You're under arrest, okay?
Under arrest?
Yes, you are.
All right.
Gotta get the crime task force out here.
Can I have a soda, please?
Just keep walking.
Once outside and back in the patrol car, Wade seems eager to fill the silence.
Dude, I missed it.
Yeah.
Somebody was doing some shit outside. I missed the point where they called him.
The officers already seem to have an idea that something horrible happened in that apartment, but they couldn't yet know just how twisted things would get by the end of this disturbing case.
I am currently sitting on a car with a guy in the back seat who has done something bad.
As some of the officers begin searching the apartment, others transport Wade to the station and settle in for a long night, doing their best to put him at ease. Whatever happened, they need to know the full story. When he does start to talk, the story he has to tell is only a small piece of the truth, and what really happened to KJ is far more disturbing than anyone could have ever imagined.
We got some homemade cookies in there that are really good. You want a couple cookies?
I better pass on that.
You want a couple of them, or?
Yeah, I'm a greedy guy.
Okay, all right. We will get you hooked up. All right, man. Here's some cookies. I can get started on those.
Oh, sorry, buffering.
Soon the detective arrives.
Oh, really?
Wade
It didn't
insinuated
show?
earlier that KJ was merely a distant friend.
Weird.
It's not long before that story changes.
And I think it goes back to like 2013 with her.
Okay.
And we started being friends, but we started probably dating sometime after that. I don't know.
So would it be fair to say that you've known Kelly Jean since 2013 and recently?
Well, I've known her before that, but that was just when she added me on Facebook.
Recently, according to Wade, he even lived with KJ in his current apartment.
All right, Wade, so what I would like to know from you is, in your own words, what happened to Kelly Jean?
I know she's went through a lot, and a lot. Might take a little bit to describe because there's a lot.
Please take your time. I have nowhere else to be. So I will bear with you. Officer Wire will bear with you.
Absolutely.
If you need a tissue, there's plenty of tissues there.
Earlier, the search of Wade's apartment revealed some chilling discoveries.
So there's a rope, there's a bungee cords. We got the trash bag. Some type of ribbon. Bungee. Like a female belt. Girl shoes, those green ones? That's what it looks like.
I'll start with saying that she's hyperglycemic.
Okay.
All right, so her eating levels are important. She has to have a certain amount of sugars or whatever. I only bring that to attention because I know at one point while she was making cereal, she fainted and really hurt her head, and it really concerned me. Because a little after that, I started seeing impairment issues, whether speech, memory, things like that. I was concerned.
How long ago would you say that was?
As you can see, she just died.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, right here.
I don't know what happened.
You seeing this?
For her,
She was just sitting there.
That incident had to have happened in March.
Okay, so it's been a little bit ago.
I want to say March.
When she fell, did she become unconscious? Did she knock herself out? Did she just kind of stun herself? Did she?
She was unconscious for a little bit.
Okay, about how long would you say a little bit would be?
Well, I would say 5 to 10 minutes, and even though that might seem like a little bit to me, that's a long time for someone to be unconscious.
And as Wade tells it, KJ's symptoms lingered in the days after her fall, and they weren't subtle. She had no memory of what happened, and she struggled to carry out daily functions that weren't a challenge for her before. Though KJ did suffer from these symptoms, what Wade is saying happened isn't the full story, and what really happened to her is far more disturbing than just a fall.
And then I was trying to take care of her.
Wade isn't the only person police spoke to. They also asked his neighbor Sherry, who lived right next door, to come to the station to answer some questions and hopefully shed some light on what really happened to KJ. According to Sherry, she and Wade had a cordial relationship, occasionally spending evenings watching TV together in her apartment. But Wade made a comment about KJ that left Sherry feeling concerned.
Also, he told me that she had fallen in the bathroom and that he thought she might have a skull fracture.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, you need to take her to the emergency room. He goes, I'm taking care of her.
This development immediately put officers on high alert. In the story he told officers, Wade explained KJ fell in the kitchen while making cereal. In this version, Wade said she fell in the bathroom. This is only the first of many red flags in this story.
She wasn't able to feed herself. And that really concerned me. I did my best to try to help feed her. So one time I came in, I saw her sitting on the tub, and I tried to feed her this meal. One of these freezer dinners, I have a bunch of those, and it was chili. And she was just kind of like holding it like this, and then she just moving so slow, and there was just chili all over her.
Wade explained that KJ even struggled to drink water at times, despite his attempts to help her.
Did you try to get some medical treatment for her, see what was going on, anything like that?
I didn't take her, no. I didn't know if she could move or get around.
What do you mean by that?
She just wasn't walking all that fast. Like I said, her motor skills were not good. I did start talking to her caseworker about how she might need an adult foster care. You know, because before even that, there were issues of bladder control problems. Like on my bed, I got a big old yellow stain from where she peed on that. She in the kitchen, like she had issues with bladder control.
Sherry, Wade's neighbor, had more to share. Over time, she'd grown to feel extremely uneasy in his company. It wasn't long before an eerie and unprompted confession validated her strange feelings about Wade. From here, the story takes an even darker turn, suggesting that what police know about Wade so far barely scratches the surface.
He told me that he hit women.
He told you that he hit women?
Yeah. And that he was working on it, because I've been through domestic violence, and I told him, you can't do that, you know? I said, you can go to jail for that. He goes, I know, I'm working on it.
After Wade's comments, Sherry remained friendly, but guarded, and she decided to ease off of their visits.
I thought, I don't want him in my house because he could drag me.
Right.
Within 2 weeks of KJ's supposed fall, Wade claims that something terrible happened. Keep in mind that he knows the officers are working their way through his apartment, and he knows what they're going to find. He's setting himself up with a story he thinks will explain away the stomach-churning evidence.
I figured she'd be okay in a bathtub, just taking a bath. No. So I started the water for her. I thought she'd be okay if she was laying down, not standing up. I wouldn't have to watch over her.
She wouldn't fall.
Yeah.
Right.
So when I see her in the morning, she wasn't breathing, and what really shocked me is when I saw her feet. And it means that she started with hot water, and I don't know, didn't have the strength to turn the knob, or I can't understand why she didn't turn it or adjust it, or and I don't know if that was the cause of death. Is hot water, or maybe she tried to get up and fell or something. I don't know. I seriously do want to know what the cause of death was, because I really don't know.
With this claim, Wade has confirmed that KJ isn't missing. She's dead.
When you left the bathroom, how was she positioned?
She was laying in the tub.
Okay. Okay.
So this is where I don't see anything on the outside of the fridge. For the naked eye, see anything underneath? Okay. No, either. Oh my gosh.
And did you go back in there?
I went to sleep.
You went to sleep?
I thought she'd be okay.
Authorities struggle to understand Wade's logic. In what world would someone leave a person who was incapable of eating, drinking, or moving around without help alone in a tub full of water? There's one very good reason for this. Wade isn't telling them the truth. While on a break in the back room, officers wrestle with ideas about what's really going on.
This guy, not all there.
He's not all there. We thought I figured that you could choke him up pretty easy, but he's either really good or he's just, I don't think he's all there.
As the police will soon learn, it isn't that Wade is out of his mind. Rather, he's attempting to manipulate them in order to hide the truth of what really happened to KJ. But the horrors uncovered back at his apartment will reveal an entirely different version of events.
So your cast off. Something's right there, because that's CS.
It's over here. It's way down. See it on a...
Yeah. That looks like it hit pretty level.
It's almost like it's all the way across.
When the officers interviewing Wade return to speak with him, they press him further, hoping to get a story that makes sense. What Wade soon tells them is chilling.
And then when did you go back into the bathtub? Or the bathroom, I'm sorry.
Not till morning when I woke up and realized she wasn't in bed with me.
Was the water still running, or was the water off?
Water was off, so she had to have turned it at some point. Had to have.
Was her head above water or below the water? Below water. Okay. What happened at that point? Did you call 911? Did you call anybody at all?
If KJ's death was truly an accident, it's hard to fathom why Wade wouldn't immediately call for help. Wade has also just lied to police, or at the very least, he's leaving something integral out of this story. Given the 911 call reporting KJ's death, Wade had to have told someone about KJ's death.
He had her in the bathtub for a little while, and I don't think he's going to be very cooperative with you.
Okay. Well, so most people aren't.
It turns out that Wade had no question in his mind about the identity of the mysterious caller who reported him to the authorities.
I only have one friend which probably made the call, and I'm not going to be upset with him. He probably got to the point where his conscience got to him too.
And Wade was right. The caller was his own best friend, Stephen Ryan Russ. Wade explained that after everything had happened, his only way to cope with KJ's death was to tell someone. So he confided in Stephen. But what he told him was so disturbing that Stephen couldn't keep it to himself. When police bring Stephen in for questioning, it's clear from the start he has reservations about speaking up.
Is this going to be in court?
This could possibly be used in court, yeah.
So Wade's going to know about this?
He already does.
Yeah.
All right. So the whole case came to light when Central Dispatch got a call regarding Wade and KJ. Do you know about that call?
Yes, I do.
Did you place that call to Central Dispatch?
Yes, I did.
And what was that call in reference to?
My family was getting very scared of him, and it was to the point that they couldn't even sleep, so I had to do something.
Stephen continues, explaining the series of Facebook messages that turned his world upside down.
He said that he did something and that he can't talk to anyone about it. And I was like, well, I'm your brother. You can talk to me.
According to Stephen, Wade then explained that KJ had passed away unexpectedly, and he didn't report her death to the police.
He wanted us to help him move the body with the car, and we both told him no, that we can't do that. And I was like, you're one of my closest friends, and I'll keep your secret for you, but obviously I couldn't.
In interrogation, Wade tries to explain his choice to hide KJ's death, hoping to ease detective suspicions.
It's hard to feel like I can be honest if I feel like
you guys are going to keep my secret, right?
All the time where I'm accused, and
well, I can tell you, we're not here making any accusation. We're just here to
it's hard to
figure out what happened.
I didn't do the right action. I probably should have reported. I should have done some things right. And I just felt like whatever I would have said would have just been taken the wrong way or said the wrong way. And
by now, Wade knew he was in trouble. KJ's body was still in his apartment, and he needed it gone. Stephen eventually paid him a visit, and things only got worse.
He's asked me if I wanted to see the body, and I told him no. I really didn't want anything to do with it. I didn't even want to be in there because it felt like there was an elephant sitting on my chest.
When asked why Wade would keep KJ's body in the apartment, Stephen gave an answer that only hinted at the truth.
My guess is because he didn't have the means of getting rid of it.
I treated it like I was guilty of the situation. I felt like no matter what I say or do, I was just going to be guilty. But I figured even no matter what, that's how I'll do is I want to give her a proper burial somewhere.
Wade's desire to give KJ a proper burial is chilling, and his next comments stir up the eerie feeling that Wade desires some sort of control, a theme that will surface again soon. As disturbing as this story is, it's only the beginning of the sickening revelations because Wade still isn't telling the full story.
At least wherever I'll put her, I would visit her. I wouldn't want her to have, like, nobody visit her, you know? I mean, I don't know what you guys would do with her now, but if I could know where she was buried, I would like to go.
Cooler was brand new. Got some paper stuff. I want to look, so.
The police then question Wade about what happened after he claims he found KJ dead, and he launches into a truly sickening timeline. But no matter how shocking his revelations seem, they pale in comparison to what's to come when the truth is revealed.
So let's get back to our sequence of how things kind of played out and what happened. So wake up in the morning, she's in the bathtub, she's not breathing. What transpired from there?
Well, it's not pretty, I'll tell you that. Seeing things that I can't unsee, but... Okay, so it took me a while to get some coolers. In the process of that, I would run cold water on her until I got some coolers, because I was like, I mean, you have a lot of detective shows, right?
Sure.
So
they're
they
good.
tell you if you keep the body cold or something, maybe they'll preserve it. I don't know. Maybe I'm ignorant in what I'm thinking, but that's TV, right?
Why does he care what they think about him?
Decompensation process.
Jeez. You know what I mean? He's like he wants to be considered. He wants to be considered smart by the detectives. That matters to him at a moment like this. Like, what the fuck? He drowned or oh, yeah. There's no telling, man. Hopefully they get to that. Hopefully they get that out of him.
Whole decompensation process, and because I would come in and check on her, and I know she's passed, so I still talk to her.
Because they'll know. There's water in her lungs. They'll definitely know.
Okay.
Which probably makes you greatly.
I definitely don't think that it's something that makes you crazy. I mean, it's no different than someone who goes to a gravesite and talks to one of their loved ones who's passed.
First couple days, she's movable, right?
Right.
Then after that, you see.
Well, I mean, okay, I should say they'll know. They won't necessarily know if he drowned her, but they'll at least know if she drowned. I mean, because look at Matthew Perry. You know, he drowned himself.
Right. Then after that, you see like the blood kind of settle where she was laying at. And then a little after that, that's when I start seeing like black around her fingertips and her groin and waistline. And by then she was pretty stiff for a good while. Because when she was laying in the tub, she kind of laid like against the wall, I think, or something.
What the fuck? How long was she there? Months?
And even after a while, the stiffness faded away, and she just kind of, laid on her shoulder.
Now, Wade was in a pickle. With a decomposing body in his bathtub and with Stephen's refusal to help him move it, it was only a matter of time until someone caught on. So he hatched a plan. On April 12th, around 6 days after KJ's death, Wade saved up the money to buy a large cooler, air freshener, and 30-gallon trash bags.
So what happened at that point? You said that you bought one and then realized you needed a second. What do you mean by that?
Well, I wanted to put her all in one so she could be whole. But I couldn't really move her in any kind of way to keep her whole. Nothing I could do to keep her You mean? Oh. That's where it really got gross.
So, is it a bloodbath in there? Or is...
What happened at that point?
Well, when I had to get the second cooler, I had to put her legs in that one. And I'm not gonna lie, that was the grossest thing ever.
I guess help me understand how she was in one and her legs were on another.
I had to cut her legs so I could fit me out.
Okay, when you say that, you mean that her body was too big for the first cooler? So you couldn't fit her in the first cooler? And was she too stiff to be able to move her around to put her in the cooler?
If I could move her, I would have had her like knees up to her chest or something.
But you couldn't.
When Wade couldn't fit KJ's body into one large cooler, he decided dismemberment was his only option. But he didn't exactly keep a low profile. Instead, he asked to borrow a saw from his neighbor Sherry, not an unusual request if it weren't for his bizarre explanation. According to Sherry, Wade claimed he needed the tool to cut his mattress in half. When he wasn't able to use someone else's saw, he purchased his own from a local supermarket and then got to work.
Where did you cut her legs at?
He couldn't think of anything else better to say.
This is the most disgusting thing ever. Hopefully you never have to see something like this in your life. Ever.
Well, he really hopes.
Alright, so here and then here. I started here, but then I realized her knees were still over to the edge. So I had to go here too. But what I would have wanted to do, except she was too heavy for me, is take her under the shower, get her wash her off, because after she passed on, she crapped herself. I was like, man, I didn't even know that until I got her into the cooler.
The police working their way through Wade's apartment eventually confronted the sickening discovery hidden in his cooler.
Now remember, when we open this, this is something that we're never going to be able to unsee. Oh yeah.
Her head, her arms, her breasts.
She's been gone for a while.
Yep. I see her legs are detached and above the knee.
Yep. Bugs have made their way in.
Yep. There's a large amount of food there. Definitely a female. Appears to be Caucasian.
Naked, no clothes. Okay.
Yeah. Bro, the fucking stench coming out of that must have been... You couldn't smell that in the room? You had to be able to smell that.
Nice. Okay, now it stinks.
Well,
that's one good cooler.
Evidence in here
if you couldn't.
Yeah, now it does.
The officers have only discovered part of what they believe to be KJ's body,
I need to know
but
a
it
brand.
won't be long before they find the rest.
Get a picture of that. So that's where it is. Okay. So you're going to move this. Boy, about that right in front of the suitcase. So this cooler is what we think might have the other parts in it. I will lift it up. It is tied in a knot up here. I will cut right here. Yep, those are her legs. I saw some toes and an ankle. Are you able to open that up? Yeah, there's two of them in there. Okay, it's probably not the best place to puke.
From his apartment, authorities also collected clear safety goggles, rubber gloves, and several small items, including bungee cords, a black belt, and a white ribbon. This white ribbon, a seemingly innocuous discovery compared to the horrors already uncovered, would turn out to be a clue to the stomach-churning truth of what really happened to KJ.
Oh, shit, they do know.
Head attached?
Yeah. She's in the cooler.
Yeah.
This has basically been down with that.
That's all I seen was her arm and probably her chest.
No, something else happened.
Right here.
Through the femur.
Authorities shift focus to the saw, which wasn't recovered from Wade's apartment during the initial search. Wade says that shortly after he dismembered KJ's body, he contacted a friend he knew through the local shelter system to negotiate a trade, a saw for a DVD player.
Oh, fuck? What a weirdo.
He got rid of it, or
damn, he's crazy.
Didn't really need it, or and how did that whole thing play out with Bill?
He was so hard up for a DVD player.
DVD player.
While Wade describes trading the saw as a casual, serendipitous event, police catch up with the man who received the saw, and he describes an entirely different scenario.
Like, he really was wanting to give it to me. I'm like, well, just wait till I bring you the DVD, because I don't like doing deals where, you know, I owe somebody, because then I got it on the back of my mind constantly. I have to, you know, I owe them. So I was like, just wait. And he's like, no, here, just take it out.
Would you say that he was insisting that you take the saw?
Pretty much, yes, he was insisting. Yeah. Because I even said, no, not right now.
Did you notice anything about the saw that was weird, different?
Looking at you can see, like, in a serration, it looked like a chunk of something in there.
DNA testing of the saw blade did reveal the possibility of blood present, although further details could not be confirmed.
I mean, I'm not proud of anything at all.
Sure, but stuff happens, and we're just trying to get
not how this should be. Like, I kept saying this word, like, this is not how you should have went. This.
Upon reflection, Bill explained this wasn't the only thing that seemed off when he was around Wade.
And then when you heard about Wade getting arrested, what was the first thought in your mind?
I didn't believe it. I'm like, because I've been hanging out with him, I freaked out because I was sitting on the cooler and I didn't know. I smelled like, you know, now I know what a dead body smells like, but that smell was there. As soon as I walked in, it was bad. You know, I was just thinking, man, this guy's got some nasty bowels or something. Right. That's what I honestly thought that was, but now I know that was a body.
By now, the police are more than suspicious that the story Wade is telling them isn't the truth, but just what exactly he was hiding remained to be seen. Still, Sherry, Wade's neighbor, may have had some idea about what was really going on behind the closed door of Wade's apartment. In her interview, she recalled one of the few interactions she ever had with KJ. One day, she stopped by Wade's door to ask for coffee and was surprised when KJ greeted her at the door. Sherry didn't know it at the time, but as KJ peered out from behind the front door, she didn't have a stitch of clothing on. KJ agreed to send Wade over shortly. When he showed up on Sherry's doorstep, coffee in hand, he wasn't happy. According to Sherry, Wade admitted to forcing KJ to walk around their home naked, and by answering the door that day, she'd apparently crossed the line.
He said, she shouldn't have opened the door like that. I said, well, I didn't see anything. And he goes, I'm going to have to get the belt out.
But back in the interrogation room, Wade doesn't do much to refute his neighbor's accusations. In fact, he expands on them.
You've never gone to jail for fighting somebody or pushing somebody or any kind of domestic violence or anything crazy like that?
The domestic things in the past have been dismissed in court.
A pattern is beginning to emerge. While Wade admits fault in some instances, the admissions almost seem calculated, as if they're designed to distract from the larger questions at hand.
I said, if I hear any domestic violence, I'm going to call the police.
Sherry never called the police, but Wade eventually admits to the officers that he did hurt KJ.
All right, I kicked her in the butt because I was ashamed of her cheating on me and such. You know, I shouldn't have, but I did. And then come to find out in court,
you saw this already?
She blamed these bruises of her ankles on me. I said I had nothing to do with her ankles. That's false evidence. Because what happened was she fell down by the railroad, again, the balance issue, by the railroad tracks, and that caused the bruises from her ankles rolling.
Not from you kicking her, though.
No.
Gotcha.
Report required.
What? Don't be giving shit away, Joker, you fuckhead.
She had reason for concern.
Soon, officers place Wade in a holding cell while they continue to investigate. And as if it were everyday conversation, Wade nonchalantly confirms his neighbor's allegations. Earlier, when Wade was first brought in, he contemplated his choice to hide KJ's death. Most disturbingly, despite knowing what the officers at his apartment were going to discover and knowing what he had done, he somehow still had an appetite to eat the cookies offered to him.
All right, Wade, so...
Hey, cookies are cookies,
what
man.
I would like to know from you is, in your own
it's
words...
like, you know, he ain't gonna get cookies.
What happened to Kelly G?
Eat them now.
On the day I found her like that, if I had called it in, would there be a different outcome? Would it be anything different?
Yeah, I don't. It just depends on, you know, when it was and all that.
His indifference was yet another subtle sign of the horrors to come, but still, no one can prepare themselves for the nauseating story that is eventually revealed.
When was the last time you used a belt on her?
Probably a day or two before. But
Before she died?
yeah, but that couldn't cause death.
I wouldn't think it would. So, yeah. Why'd you use a belt on her?
Because I don't want to use hands.
Okay. What did she do to deserve the belt?
Oh, her coming back type thing.
Okay. So it's punishment to her.
But that is my point. I started using the belt because I didn't want to use hands anymore.
Okay.
That's why I'm not saying it's that much better. Okay, I shouldn't be physical
The cookie.
anyways.
Sherry had a different theory, one that was sickeningly close to the truth.
I never really saw her because I think that he was keeping her in there and not wanting anybody to see her.
By now, authorities know more than they're letting
How
on.
long was she
and
there,
with one
man?
question, they signal to Wade that his house of lies is about to collapse around
Yeah, this
him.
chick,
We're
like,
not going to find any belt marks around her neck, are we? That's just a question I got asked.
I don't think you will. No.
What if we do?
I don't think you should be finding things. But
With Wade's history of alleged violence, authorities are hoping for first-hand witnesses. And when they catch up with his most recent ex-girlfriend, Katie,
Oh,
they get
shit.
more than they
Love,
bargained for.
baby.
Katie explained that
Katie
she'd
was
known
loving
Wade
too
since
much, it sounds
childhood,
like.
and their relationship became romantic in 2018, just one
Imagine
year
being an
prior.
ex-girlfriend
But it
of
was
some
short-lived,
dude that
ending
does some
abruptly
shit like
after
this.
only 3 months.
So
Okay, 3
what
months. I think
happened
too
that
long.
ended
That's
your
like a
guys'
dating type
relationship?
of situation.
Okay, so my kids had just started school again, and I needed to be home with them, and so I couldn't do whatever he was asking me to do, like pick him up or something.
Mm-hmm.
And he ended up showing up here, but I had my kids and I could not take him. And he started a fight out here, and I finally was like, okay, just get in the car, like I'll take you just to get you away from me. And my kids were in the back seat, and he was in the front seat with me. And we were driving towards Kalamazoo, and he realized that I was going to leave him there. And he said something, and I just put my hand across. I didn't even touch him. I just was like, stop, like, just stop. My kids are right there. Like, you're freaking out. And he told me that he would break my arm if I ever did that again. And so my daughter was she's a diabetic, and she started, I didn't know at the time, but she was like, Mom, my sugar's going low. But she was just faking it to get back home. And
Smart girl.
so I got us back here. My kids got in the house. I got away from him out of the car. And then he's like, just get back in the car and take me. And I'm like, no, I'm not getting back in the car. And I put like a bicycle and a chair between us, and I wouldn't let him get close enough. He's like, no, I'm not going to hurt you. Just come here. Let's just figure this out. And I was like, no. You need to find like somewhere else to go, somewhere, like get away from me. I don't want anything to do with you.
And before the detective leaves, she suggests something far more sinister may be at play.
If I wouldn't have ended things when I did, that would have been me. And that's terrifying to me.
As police slowly gather more pieces to this puzzle, a clearer picture starts to emerge. Authorities are ready to confront Wade. Unsurprisingly, Wade uses the opportunity to smooth over his story, but in the process, he trips up.
He says, well, why didn't she scream or anything? I've never seen that woman scream. Never. I might have only seen her cry maybe 4 times.
Okay. What caused her to cry?
2 times was pain related. Like where she got hurt, she cried.
How'd she get hurt? Did she cut herself bad, or was it a broken bone, or?
Just, I don't know if I don't even want to really talk about that. I just know that that's the only time I've ever seen her cry. It's twice out of pain, and twice when I left her alone.
You don't want to talk about it? 'Cause did you cause the pain to her? And you can be honest with me, Wade. It's all about getting everything off your chest.
When I left her alone, I know when she cried being alone, I caused that emotional pain. Physical pain. I don't think me causing her physical pain caused her to cry. I think, well, maybe.
Maybe it was a little physical pain from you.
Talking about causing pain to people is just not something I get a thrill out of. It's not.
Yeah, I understand that.
And I just don't want to talk about that. That's not appropriate. It's not. No.
Ironically, despite Wade's claims here, he would eventually talk about this very subject, and it would be what law enforcement needed to break his case wide open. Soon the officer stands to leave the room. Sensing Wade's desperation, he presses a little more.
When we do the autopsy, what marks are we going to find that was from scuffles between the two of you?
Like her lips might be messed up, or...
Why would her lips be messed up? From... And you can speak to me, man. It's just between me and you.
Physical stuff, but it was not something that would cause her to go through it. Like, that night was a peaceful night. Okay, I want that very clear.
Well, we're getting somewhere now. Now I'm starting to see a little bit.
Before wrapping up, the officer gives Wade one last chance to come clean.
I got 30 seconds before I got to walk out of here, okay?
Okay.
So you look me straight in the eye and tell me that you're not the cause of her death.
No, I'm not.
While police know Wade isn't telling them everything, they never could have imagined the stories of depravity that would follow this interrogation. And eventually, KJ's autopsy would reveal a sickening story. After Wade was booked, the disturbing, stomach-churning truth was revealed. Authorities received statements from several of his cellmates requesting to speak with them. One by one, these men explained that Wade had shared every gruesome detail about what really happened to KJ.
Is he a little retarded?
And proudly, what they revealed shocked everyone.
What a dumbass.
I want to tell you guys. Man, dude, this guy is, well, let me just put it to you like this. He's a serial killer. He told us that he physically had this girl down on the bed with a white ribbon around her neck, watching the clock for 5 minutes until she was dead. And he brought her back to life.
If you recall, police found ribbon while in Wade's apartment.
Some type of ribbon?
Hell.
And when he did, the torture that he put her through, it's gross. It's disgusting.
This is only the beginning of the horrifying reveals. Although Wade's alleged jailhouse stories vary slightly, several of his cellmates agree on a few particularly gruesome details about what happened to KJ.
He told her, he says, You're gonna die by someone that loves you and not somebody that hates you.
Curiously, investigators discovered that KJ's very last Facebook message was to Wade on March 18th, the same day she suddenly dropped all activity. The message read, "I love you, you are mine, and I am yours forevermore. I know that you can't reply, but I wanted to tell you this every day." This ominous message was just the beginning.
And you said he brought her back? What do you mean by that? What did he
gave her CPR. That dude needs to be put away for a long time, man.
As police interview cellmate after cellmate, they each build on the same story. And as they continue, what was already a tragic story evolves into one of pure, unbridled evil. According to the men housed with Wade, his sick actions may have started long before KJ's death. They claim Wade had a jealous and controlling streak, and as one cellmate tells it, KJ's life changed drastically after she confided.
Dude, hold up. I'm just gonna say it's actually kind of like this motherfucker actually brought her back to life. That's wild, man. That's a like. This is so wild that that's a thing, and people were able to do that. What the fuck, man? Anyway.
Streak, and as one cellmate tells it, KJ's life changed drastically after she confided in a mutual friend about her relationship troubles.
His friend had a conversation with him and said that that Kelly had told his girlfriend that Wade was being too rough with her as far as sexuality went. Wade said that from that point on, he was furious because his sexual matters weren't to be discussed with his friends. They were personal. So he said he never let her go to whoever's house that was again. That from that day on, when he went to work, he started tying her up and placing her in the closet.
And if binding KJ alone in a dark closet for hours on end wasn't sickening enough, another inmate describes an unthinkably heinous act.
He gagged her with a screwdriver and a horse rag, and he would put a horse rag around into the screwdriver and made it like a horse bit. That's why you wouldn't have to take the bit out of her mouth, because he could wet the horse rag and give her water, so he'd keep her tied up longer without having to untie her.
And what was the purpose of that?
So she couldn't yell and scream.
According to Wade's cellmates, KJ initially fought back against Wade's mistreatment. When she threatened to go to the police, Wade amped up his efforts to silence her.
Wade started tying her up and keeping her to where she couldn't go anywhere. Like, she didn't go outside, she didn't go nowhere.
It seems that Sherry had been right all along.
I think that he was keeping her in there and not wanting anybody to see her.
According to his cellmates, the truth behind KJ's death was so twisted, so unimaginably brutal, that it kept them up at night. In fact, after they heard Wade's latest retelling of events, the men took shifts sleeping, making sure there was always someone keeping an eye on him. His cellmates said that after Wade choked KJ to the brink of death, she lost her motor function, the ability to speak, and the ability to control her bowels and bladder. Then, she remained alive in this helpless state for around 2 weeks before her death.
He said he didn't know if it killed her, but he had to smack her to get her to come back, and I guess she never actually came back. She came back, but she wasn't there. So, and that's, you know.
What do you mean by that?
She wasn't coherent. You know, she never talked again to him, but she, you know, he got her to breathe again.
And in the meantime, according to another cellmate, she suffered unspeakably.
He said a couple times he went in there and just put his hand over her face and nose to see if he could. He said, but she wouldn't die, like she didn't want to die.
According to another man housed with Wade, he even seemed to regard her suffering as an inconvenience for him.
And he said that she wouldn't eat, is why he was hitting her with the belt stuff, trying to wake her up, but she wouldn't wake up.
Bit by bit, police are beginning to piece together the gut-wrenching reality of KJ's last days. While Wade claimed to have been attempting to feed her and care for her in her state of helplessness, this was a complete lie, and in fact, he was torturing her.
They got to the point where he was laying in bed one day, and he felt the need to take a torch that he had, and he said he burned her tongue, her clit, and her nipples, so that she would never feel sexual arousal from another male again.
He said he even put her in a bathtub and dumped scalding hot water on her feet to see if she had any movement, and she wouldn't move, scream, or nothing. He said it was so hot that he boiled the water and dumped it on. He said it burnt his skin and everything right off of it.
Since she was not bothered by it no more, he had to take it a step further to show her that when she was in the wrong, she was in the wrong.
The informants say that this is precisely when Wade injured KJ to the point of her incapacitation and eventual death.
He said no matter what he did to her, that she had no movement, and eventually she just passed on her own.
Somehow, even after KJ's death, the hellish scene in Wade's apartment wasn't over. In fact, according to his cellmate, he wasn't even close to finished with KJ. It was then that Wade sunk to a low so unbelievable that his cellmate struggled to find the words.
He'd warm the body up and have sexual relations with it, or whatever you want to call it. That's just, I was like, geez, I wasn't trying to hear any of that, but he's a monster.
Can we back up to that part? What do you mean he warmed the body up ahead?
In the tub, he would run warm water on it and then cool it down with cold water after he did whatever he did with it.
And according to another informant, Wade shared sick details about his horrific actions openly.
He was like, it was kind of rough at first. He was like, but her jaw just eventually opened up, and I just took advantage of it before I had to chop her up. I was like, whoa.
Meanwhile, as this nightmarish scenario took place, Wade's next-door neighbor, Sherry, started to notice a foul odor drifting into her own apartment.
But then, over the last 2 weeks, he was even standing there. I said, what is that smell? It smells like something died. Like something's dead. I thought maybe an animal or something. And he goes, well, there's a mouse in my wall. Maybe it died. First it smelled like gas, and it smelled like feces, and then it smelled like death.
It also seemed that the 5 or so weeks KJ's body was hidden in the coolers was no accident.
He was hoping that sitting in the totes for however long he kept her in there, that she would decompose enough that it wouldn't show the signs of the welts on her back and the bruising from him hitting her.
Wade told you that?
Yeah.
KJ's autopsy revealed multiple areas of bruising, including her chin, neck, and right ear. Her hyoid bone, situated at the top of the neck underneath the chin area, was fractured. This is considered a strong indicator of strangulation due to the rarity of fractures from other types of trauma. Ultimately, her death was ruled as a homicide by unspecified means.
He would sit and watch Criminal Minds and talk about if I had it all, I wish I'd have watched this and I could have done it differently. The way he talked, it seemed like he has done it before.
According to his cellmates, it was Wade's total lack of remorse, even bragging, that set them off the most.
It's out there, man. He's just laughing about it, and he can talk about it like it's nothing to it. I mean, he jokes about it. He breaks out a police report and lets people, if you're interested in reading something that way, he'll let you read it. And it's beyond me. I mean, and he said he loves the girl. I mean, you don't love somebody and do this kind of stuff to him, man.
Right.
One cellmate explained that in addition to Wade's sick, unmerciful behavior, he was so proud of his actions that he felt he deserved notoriety. He nicknamed himself Chops, and he even hoped to write a book.
I know he said what would it really matter? Her parents and nobody wanted her.
Despite Wade's claims, KJ did have a family, one that was concerned about her well-being and wanted to see her be happy in life.
Somebody needs to stand up for that lady, right? And she has family. And that's good to know, but I got to get the emotional part of it, I feel for that, and I feel for her family.
Yep, I completely agree, so do I.
Yeah, I'm just happy that I got to talk to you.
Sherry expressed her horror that she didn't see this coming.
I didn't think he could do something like that. Mm-hmm. But you don't know people. I mean, Ted Bundy, everybody liked him too.
When Wade's case went to trial, the first 2 searches of Wade's apartment were deemed unconstitutional on the grounds that Wade may have felt threatened during his detainment.
What?
It was also discovered that police officers falsely claimed to notice an odor coming from Wade's apartment in their reports. These claims were later recanted. Although Wade's defense aimed to suppress evidence obtained as a result of these initial searches, the appellate court ultimately ruled against them, stating that the discovery of the coolers was inevitable with a warrant, which at that point was already justified. In 2023, Wade was convicted of murder in the second degree, as well as mutilation of a dead body. He pled no contest and was sentenced to 39 to 60 years in prison. But Wade's brutality didn't stop with KJ. He was also convicted of third-degree criminal conduct after assaulting a fellow inmate in 2020. Once he discovered that his cellmates had spoken to police, he attacked one of the men.
Y'all think I should go live on the Doe Show instead? Just like pop that one on and turn this one off? Kitty Cam! Kitty Cam! Kitty Cam, you little kitty Cam, you little kitty Cam, you little kitty Cam. Have to know where we've been being live at during the day. It's 2:30. I gotta feed the kitten at 3. That's not a big deal though. Joker, if you fucking ever just start giving away shit to something I'm watching like that again, I'm gonna time you out. I might even ban you and deduct 100,000 dough. You'll go negative. I don't give a shit. What are you thinking? Don't be that guy. What in the actual fuck, Joker? I intentionally watch the shorter trailers for movies so that I find out less about a movie before I watch it. I thought you played... What do you mean I thought I played the long video? I played the only video that there is of that. The long video? How would you know what? That I don't want you giving away shit? How do you... What are you talking about? How would you know that? Nobody wants for shit to be given away on something they're watching. You could see which video I was watching because it clearly had in the middle of the screen. You can see this shit that's here. This bouncing around everywhere. You see what I'm watching?
2013 and
this is the same one you watched, right? This thing's bopping around all over the fucking place. Who cares if it's edited? You still were like, dude, you're fucking. Are you drunk right now or something? Because you're being stupid. Because it says, like the shit you're saying we hadn't even gotten to yet. Like when you say the body is in the blue cooler, it's like you're trying to tell us something that we didn't already know when you said that. The body is in the blue cooler. You were trying to tell us shit that we didn't already know from the video. And now you're trying to act like you weren't doing that. Just don't do that. What the fuck, man? It's cool that you've seen it and you're willing to watch it with us again and relive it, but don't give shit away about it. It takes away from the production value of what they've already done. Fuck, why does it matter if I'm watching the other video on him? You try to tell us some shit that we didn't already know. You thought we didn't already know. That was possibly going to come up soon. No? Am I wrong here? It's like there's about to be a jump scare in a horror movie, and you're like, oh, wait till you see this crazy shit. Here it goes. Right before it happens, it ruins the jump scare. Oh, I appreciate you, man, but I can't be letting anybody ruining our jump scares out here. Dude, should I go live on the Doe Show and in Kitty Cam so we have twice as many people here? Kitty Cam's pretty dead in the afternoon. It's more of a morning thing. We're only gonna have maybe one more cat come through, finish up, and nobody gives a shit about my Kitty Cam. Alright, whatever. Alright, well, I'm just gonna start it. Hold up, I gotta make it first. Oh, it's getting juicy. Where to stop? I opened up the second bottle of Hibiki Blossom, by the way. This week has been very expensive. Oh, fuck, man. How many days the cat been here now? See, it was 72nd on Thursday, so Friday, Saturday, so 73rd, 74th day. Alright. '74th day with me. It's a wait. Saturday.